Okay, good afternoon, folks. Hope everyone is well. Sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. I've just been chatting with Dan. Okay, channel down break. Quite a new low. Okay, market opens in a few seconds. Karina, good morning to you. And S, good morning to you. Excuse me a second. Okay, right. Let me have a look. Okay, I did pick up some evaluations, as you know, yesterday. I added an extra one to it. So I'm up to 18 now, and they're all locked off, so I can only trade them all at the same time. Nothing more, nothing less. Sorry about that. Okay, right. Market is open. 2 legs up. Now that is possibly a second entry short there. I actually really like that. 1, it's big, and 2, I can't trade for another minute. There is a small channel there, so it may be a bit risky, but we got a channel down, 2 attempts. Doesn't look like it's going to... what I like is we get this channel down, 1, 2 attempts to push higher. It didn't trigger anyway, but I kind of liked it. It's just hard to know what we're doing at the moment. It's a little bit early. Speedy, how you doing, my friend? Daryl, how you doing, bud? So it's okay. It started to look quite nice on my other chart. I was hoping we'd tick above that higher low and then drop. After this sort of spike in channel, a couple of legs up, I'm still hoping we may still come down. So another few seconds and I can trade. So leg and a leg. We'll see. Let me just get ready to open the trade. ATR is still high. Lance, how you doing, buddy? Great name. Great name. Okay, let me just check everything open.
Order submitted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Superb. So, leg and a leg. I have to be careful here. Let me just do this. We've got no news now. All the news is done and dusted. So if we can push below that EMA, we may get... So we got a spike and channel with a break, 2 attempts to push higher. It's a bit congested there. But if we can get a move below that EMA, I may have a go at that one. Some may trade that. I'm not. And I know it's kind of a penguin setup. He's changed how he trades. Sometimes he puts an order up here, puts his stop up here, but he used to wait for that move below the EMA, which I think was a sensible way of doing it. If we do get that push below the EMA, chances are then we pull back, we come down to break these lows. So see if we get a lower high here. I don't, we're going to... Still high 26. In fact, that ATR's come down really quickly, so we obviously had some bigger bars here with the news. So hopefully, trouble is, it's obviously I'm down to 1 contract, but risking 5 or 6 points is still a lot, I think, even on 1 contract. So hopefully it starts to settle a little bit. Okay, so we have what looks like a channel there with a possible overshoot, certainly a break and a matching high. If we can, yeah, you got to be careful here. I mean, we've sort of had that push up with the break, and then we had the news, and we've kind of bounced once and a couple of times, so it could go up a bit further. We could have a leg and a leg. Exponential, how you doing, mate? It's hard to say, but after such a big move down, surely we're due for some big upside. You would have thought so. I'd never assume it, but you would have thought so, wouldn't you? So there is a lower high there, and it did work. So if we can get maybe a failure, second entry long that fails, I think there's a good chance we test these areas here. I don't think we're going to, are we? No. That's what I mean. It's unsure. I'm unsure about where this thing is likely to go. It's very tempting to go short there. Let me just show you what I'm looking at here. There's a second entry long there, which looks like it's trapped traders, but it closed at the EMA. See if we can get a lower high here. See, channel down, 2 pushes up. I think there's a good chance this comes down to test this area, but it's not super clear. I'm going to have a go at that. It's a bigger risk than I would have really wanted, but there's going to be, surely there's going to be traders trapped there, surely. If it can push below there and then there, we should be okay. Trouble is, it's stacking up just a little bit. It is a failure, and we have trapped some longs there, and if I was long there, I'd expect to get stopped out. Surely that's going to take that out, surely.
Order
There
filled.
we go. Okay, it did work. So, yeah, it came right down. So, everything, are we out of everything? Okay, I think everything's closed. Yeah, it has. Let me just check. Yeah, okay. So, let me just, sometimes you've just got to you trust yourself and your patience. We got 2 attempts to push higher. And what I'm looking at is a second entry long. It's bound. We got a leg up with a break. It's bound to attract traders. And when that happens there, I was unsure. But then when we had that one close and a small pullback here, I got back on a slight limit order. But my only thought process, it was going to break below there, and it did what it was supposed to. Now, you can hold on for a bit longer. But the trouble is, with the risk being like it is nowadays, well, currently, it just makes it that little bit more nerve-wracking, doesn't it? Taking a trade for a bigger... Why isn't that marked off? Taking a trade for a bigger amount. Let me just mark this one out. So we got a channel and a break. Yeah, it was definitely a failure. So we got 1, 2, 3 attempts. So that one, not sure. That one, lower high, definitely. But it worked nice. Trouble is, I got in somewhere around about here. In fact, let me have a look. It's not showing it for some reason. I don't know why. But I got in on a limit order, so it was probably somewhere around about there. So I dare say it was about 5 points, somewhere along the lines of that. So it worked anyway. Still showing that there's an order open. There isn't if you look on here. So let me just disconnect that, reconnect it. So nice trap. Yeah, thanks, Matt. I appreciate that. Nice trade. Nice thinking. Yeah, I've kind of been doing that at night, but it's been a lot more risky. Well, it's not so much risky. I've been having some success with it. The trouble is, when you trade in the open, these bars are usually massive. And the trouble is, when you're doing it on maybe like an individual account, the tendency, if it goes against you, to move your stop, and that's what I've been doing. I wouldn't do that on all my accounts, but I've been having some success with it. It's been working really well. But what I've found is, because it's that one account, I'm moving my stop, and it's not doing me any favours. So I think the sensible thing to do is to trade them all exactly the same, which is exactly what I've done. I've locked them all off now. So I've got 18 accounts all locked off, and I can't do anything and adjust them. So the trouble is, I don't really want to put my trade here because it was here, but it was on a different chart. There is a second entry short there, but it's a little bit stacked up. It is working. I'll be interested to see if anybody else got involved there. I don't think they would have done, because it was a different setup. Can you see how different that is? We're there, aren't we? It's such a different, but it did work. The picture was kind of the same. We got a channel with a break, 1, 2, 3. So it was a triple test, but there it hadn't really trapped anything. On this, you could clearly see there was a second entry. Second entry long. Thank you, S. I appreciate that. Thank you, Karina. Nice when it works, isn't it? So there's a bullish bar trap there. Trouble is, push up. May push up. In fact, it's starting to look a bit rangy, this is. So let me just mark this off. There is a failure there. Well, it's technically not, actually. Yeah, it's a bit choppy around that midline. So let me just mark this. So it was a failed second entry long. And I got 3 points. Plus. So yeah, so that was the one I initially looked at. There's going to be some longs trap there, but the trouble is, when you get that, mind you, you'd have been out there. It's just a bit risky taking stuff right around the middle, because we've come off the bottom. We could trap some longs. It could be a double trap. So, well, the longs has probably worked, but when you get a bearish bar, you don't know when it's going to trigger you and push up, kind of 2 little legs back and then up to the top. But this does look like we've got a leg down, 2 attempts to push higher, followed by another leg. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So leg down, 2 legs up, somewhere around about there. It's still not super clear at the moment, is it? News in 3 minutes. See, I've got no news. What news are you looking at, bud? Excuse me. I've got no news on here. On the other chart. It's no more relevant than at the moment. Yeah, these. See, I only look at high and medium impact news. I've got no medium impact news, only high, which obviously you can just look at the chart and say we had some news today. So I've got nothing at the moment. You were wrong. Okay, no worries, mate. It's always good to check. You never know. It wouldn't be the first time I've got it wrong. Okay, so breakout pullback. Let's have a look. Most breakouts fail. Is this going to? I don't think it will, because to me, this is losing can't get my words out. This is losing momentum. So my gut feeling is this is going to test this area and continue down a leg and a leg. That's my gut feeling. Now, I wouldn't necessarily trade it on that, but I do like to say what I'm thinking, because it does. If it continues to work and you get it right a lot of the time, it does give you that bit of confidence. Okay, second entry short there. It's way too far from that EMA. If we'd have come up a bit more and tested this a second time, I'd have had a go at that. But it is a second entry short. Bar's not fantastic. I have seen Mac taking shorts with a bar that looks like that. So you have got there's a bar that's kind of triggered. If this is a drop and a push up, maybe some taking this, pushing it back up to the MA. But it's a doji, so it's not the most attractive bar to buy for me, or that would interest me. But it did work. If it was up here somewhere, I'd have had a go at it. But it did what I kind of thought it may do. So let me have a look at this. It's a bit of a funny old chart, isn't it? It probably wouldn't have been if we take away that section there. So we've kind of got two legs up. It's not quite a measured move, I don't think, but It is 2 legs up nonetheless. No, it's not far off. So a leg and a leg. Hey Jay, how you doing? Excuse me. I took this one on my other chart, bud. The failure stroke trap. So we've got to push up like that with 2 legs back. I know we made a matching eye. That's an attempt. 2 legs back. You're bound to trap traders. It goes up and comes straight down. Now, I didn't take that first bar straight away. I took it on a limit order. It pushed down, which tells me, and then when it came up, started to drop again. I dropped a limit order in there, which is more or less where I would have got in anyway. But once it couldn't get above that line, that kind of interests me there. So, but it is a failure stroke lower high. But the second entry short, you know, I'm trying to pay more attention to if I can see traders trap, because if I can, when it does break that, you can see the momentum, can't you? So that was my trade on my second chart. So it is worth having a second chart. It's only ever done me favours. I don't think I've lost a trade on there that wasn't a NAF trade anyway. You know what I mean? So it's definitely served me well. So channel, maybe a small break. So I still think this is going to come down. I wouldn't take that. It's only really a first entry. So a second entry short stroke lower high. I'd probably have a go at here. Woof. What's caused that then? Wow. Somebody's said something. What's going on? What is going on? What time is it? Why is all of a sudden my lag shut up like crazy? What's going on? I think that was actually an absolute good trade, I do. I don't know why it did that. Perhaps it just ate up some stocks, but we had a leg up with a break new high, triggered above it and came straight down. I don't know what caused that. It's a bit unusual, that. It's funny you should say that. Someone else has just marked that. I mean, it took a lot of balls to do that. Oh, my Apex copiers just blew all my PAs. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, no. That's why I don't use the Apex trade copier. I'm not a fan of it, to be fair. That is not what you need. Why did it blow them all like that? Was he in short there? So if he was in short there, I can't see anywhere else. If it just blew him, it must have been because it went out and stopped him out. If he was in short there and that went up 13 points. That's unusual, that. Yeah, Dan said it was kind of quick, but it's a nice second entry shot. I like it. Yeah, it's an absolute beauty. It's just too big, I think, and it happened quick. And as soon as the market does that straight away, it reversed all your positions. Oh, no. What did you use, bud? Are you using the Apex trade copier as well, are you? Apex trade copier. Oh, it was you, was it? Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, mate. How many did you lose? I'd get onto Apex, I would. I'd fight it. Switch my trade of 8 without shut down Lynch train. The trade copy went crazy. Oh, you get it. That's why I don't like the Apex one. Well, it's not strictly true. The original one I hated. I know they updated it, but oh, mate, at least 3. How many did you have? Yeah, I would get onto Apex. Same thing happened to me. Apex told me I was on my own. Right, with an attitude like that, I just wouldn't use it again. I've got to say, I had a slight issue the other day. Whether it was Replicanto, I don't think it was. But I'll tell you what happened. Was it yesterday? I got into a trade and a couple left open, so I clicked flatten everything on my... I don't know whether it was this that happened. Yeah, I'm going to say yesterday there was a couple open, but something moved quick and there was about 2 or 3 opened. But I don't think it was Replicanto. In all honesty, I've never had an issue with Replicanto. But the Apex trade copier, if there's a fault with it, really, they should reset your accounts. Put it this way, if you bought a car and something went wrong with it, you'd take it back to the garage, wouldn't you? I don't see how you can sell something that hasn't got some kind of a warranty with it. You got 10, so you've lost 3. So, okay, so the damage is minimal. I'd still message them, I would. It's worth a try. And just say, look, if you don't help me out and cover my losses, just tell them you're going to stop using it and move elsewhere. Or just, I'm going to use a different prop firm. I don't know. You've got to try something. I'd at least try and message him, try and be friendly and polite. I'll tell you what, I had some problems once and someone told me to message and put for the attention of Marion. Now, I don't know who she is, but I lost a couple of accounts for some reason. I can't remember what it was. It was probably 2 years ago, and she reset them for me. Marion, her name was. Now, whether she still works for Apex, I don't know, but it's worth a try. But I would get yourself a copy of Replicanto, mate. I would. I mean, if you've got to pay to replace those new accounts, it's $300. I think Replicanto is $200. With a bit of discount, you can get, I think, 20% off. So it's $180, which is less than the price of 2 accounts. So there's nothing worse than having software that you have problems with. So let me just have a look at this. So that to me is a leg and a leg down. So we got a channel there, 2 legs up. That was a lovely trade, that is, but it was just too quick. Replicanto win the... I would, mate, yeah. You need reliable software in this, and as soon as I'd have one issue with it, I'd give them the benefit of the doubt. If it ever happened again, that'd be it. Yeah, see, Dan says it still happens on Replicanto. I've never had it happen. Now, I think software can go wrong. But I suppose another reason you could use Guardian Angel Trader and have it set that if you lose a $500 loss, it automatically liquidates everything. So I don't think things are 100%, but I'm comfortable and confident with Replicanto. Now, sometimes, I'm guessing you got stuck in that. Sometimes when the market moves really quickly, maybe things don't have time to adjust. That's the only thing I can think of. but you need something reliable, bud. So I'm sorry that happened to you, mate. It's not a nice thing to happen to anyone, that. It's a big spike, yeah. It's unusual to get that, really. We don't get that. Now, I understand there was probably some shorts there, but it moved. It started to move quick before it even hit those. So that's why straight away I looked at the news and thought somebody said something in the news or something's come out. But it pushed up right to the top, right to the bottom of this, and then reversed. So it just must have been some big buyers, really, I suppose, or it's anything I can think of. But yeah, but you know what I would always do, there's a few things I started to do a year or two ago, and I always done it. I've got my Replicanto right here, and I always have my eye on that flatten all button. That's right to the side of me. I always have the positions tab open so I can close these down individually if I need to. I can always right click cancel all orders and right click and flatten everything. So I've got 3 options. Now, sometimes by the time you do that, your accounts may go up a little bit. Was news. I'm not sure. Something might have happened in the news. It's unusual for that to move that quick. Now, if it gets above a stop that's likely to have a lot of traders in, a lot of stops there, then yeah, it might. But it pushed up quick, crossed straight over, and went up before it even had chance to hit stop. So something may have happened in the news, but it's weird. We had perfect measured leg. It crossed over, it ticked above, and came straight down. So that tells me, you know, maybe it was just a lot of buyers clearing. I don't really know. It's hard to say. I mean, I've got no obvious news out, but that doesn't mean something can't happen. So channel, we got a channel break and a new high. I'm not ready to take a trade yet because we got very close to that measured new. Oh, it's on Financial Juice, is it? Let me have a look. That was it then. That was it then. That was it. That must have been it. When was it? No, it was before then, wasn't it? It was there. That news came out at 58, which was around about here. Mind you, it was released then. Let me have a look. So that happened around about, let's say, 52. 1352. That's 58. Now seen to interest rate cuts in July. So I wonder if it's to do with interest rates, why that shot up like that. Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? Yeah, maybe. Maybe you took that one there. I left it. I would have wanted a lower high. Trouble is, we've had this channel with a break and a new low. We may have had a small break there, but because we got very close to that measured leg, that's why I left that, just in case this thing decides to pull back a little bit more. And once I've taken a trade, I'm always super careful. Then we have got a break at a new high. I'd want a lower high there because it is above that EMA. If you select CAD, there was some news at 45. CAD as in Canadian dollar. Yeah, I just looked on Financial Juice. I think it was what's his name? Is Carney in? Yeah, I don't think he is he? Yeah. So it was around about here, wasn't it? So Canada put tariffs on US steel, aluminium in new measures. So that was about it, wasn't it? So, yeah. The trouble is, I've considered having this close by me, but the trouble is, when news comes out, you don't get a pre-warning. It just goes red and boom, the market goes. So, you know, there's this doesn't necessarily help you, I don't think. So yeah, it was probably something like that, wasn't it? So yeah. So okay, so we came down here. In fact, probably extend that a fraction anyway. To let's put it to there. So it clearly surpassed that. A bit high there, somewhere about there. In fact, let's put it there, because that's kind of where it was, wasn't it? Yeah, we got close there, which is why I decided to leave that just in case. But I don't think it was a terrible trade. Lower high for me. I may have had a go at it then. In fact, I'm sure I read somewhere last night that Trump's put tariffs on steel, on UK steel. I'm pretty sure I saw that. You've got to have the audio feed on. Trouble is, though, when this news comes out, market reacts, so you don't kind of get any pre-warning, do you? So I don't know whether it will make a difference, would it? I don't have my volume on my speakers, obviously, because I'm on microphone. But the trouble is, as I say, if the news comes out, markets tend to react quick. So if you're in a trade, you may not really have a lot of time to kind of do anything. I wonder if there's a bigger channel down here. I wonder. Do you know what? There may be. It's possible. It's certainly possible. I certainly wouldn't take that based on that. So let's put that there. So there may be a channel with a break. Trouble is, if you went short there, you'd be doing it based on that. But as we've made that measured leg exactly, I would avoid that initially. If it starts to work down and goes below that EMA, then yeah, it may be. Unable to keep up. Yeah. How you doing, Jan? Anyway, sorry, mate. I never said hello to you. Yeah, he must have an end game. He's either gone completely scatty or he's got an end game. Yeah, that's why you can't take that one. It may hold, but it's just a little bit too early. I've just changed that one. I'd rather give it a little bit of space. Yeah, I'm going to just leave that, I think, for now. Just put that one back where it was, I think. Is that where I had it, was it? No, it wasn't, actually. Still doesn't look too bad, I think. Using tariffs as a negotiating tool. Yeah, he's obviously got some end game. I wish he'd explain to people because, I don't know, people are losing confidence. It's hard to say. Markets are dropping. People are losing money. I don't know. I don't know enough about economics, really. Or business. Do you know what? I'm going to put that back where it originally was, I think. Just for now. I've got a habit of changing things. We have had 2 legs up. Oh, it's a shame that moves so quick because I love that. I think that's a great setup there. It's a big setup and it moved that quick straight away. You take your hands off your mouse and you stand back, don't you? And thank God you're not in there. But channel break, new high, ticked above there, immediately reverse. I love the way that's kind of where you want it to sort of pull away from. Right, that line. I think that was a beauty. Really clear, just showing all the right signs, and then down it came. Yeah, that's the trouble. As soon as it starts to do that, it acted like there was some kind of news. It seems there was. But yeah, it seems there was. And as soon as that happens, straight away, you sort of sit back and think, what's going on? Yeah. So tick above, tick below, you'd be talking 8.5 points. It's too much. It's too much. It's a nice setup, but you've got to draw the line somewhere, and that is it. It's 4 times what it usually is. Yeah, it's just too big, that, isn't it? It was a lovely setup, but you've got to be a bit mentally deranged to take that after such a quick move, haven't you? Surely you're going to ask questions. I mean, straight away, everyone was like, what's going on? In fact, Dan's just marked it, actually, there, strangely enough, just as we're talking about it, literally 14.11, so he's just marked that unless he's listening, and he does sometimes. But yeah, it was the trouble is it happened that quick, really. I'll be surprised if many took that. It happened that quick, and as soon as you get that big push up, straight away you're sort of looking around, what have I missed? So, is there a larger channel there? There may be. I'm going to see, that kind of makes sense. What do the bottoms look like? The bottoms looks okay. So, touch. Let's have a look. Let's just zoom in here and see if we can get this to fit nice. Yeah, so we've got a touch, a touch, a touch, a touch, a touch, small break. If it is a break, the bottoms are fitting quite nice, so I don't think that's terrible. Let's give it a little bit of colour. I like a bit pink, but I call that manly purple. So I put it all in one channel. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? But the fact that we've had that, see, with a channel like that, I wouldn't expect a break like that and for it to come straight down. When it does that, usually, because it's a bigger channel, so I'll be inclined to say you're probably right there, bud. Now, whether there's a spike in channel, you know what, there may be. Let's bring that to there and push that up a bit. I don't think that looks that bad, actually. Let's just see what anybody else feels like. Anybody else like that? Let's see if Dan might... I think it looks okay. It fits along the midline in parts as well. See what anybody else feels about it. Good to me. Yeah, we're touching the midline there, aren't we? You can see it there, you can see it there, you can see it here, here and here. So I don't think it looks that bad. Now we have made a measured leg, which is why I just wanted to give this a little bit of space, but we push up to here and immediately 3 big bars and we're down about 40 points, something stupid like that. Not quite that much, but 3 bars, we're definitely down 15 points, aren't we? Yeah. Small break like that, I wouldn't expect that straight away with such a big channel, so don't think that's right. Yeah, see, Dan doesn't think it's right. It's hard to say, isn't it? I don't mind it because it's touchy. You can see where it's worked around that midline. There and there. It's hard to say, really, isn't it? He hasn't got much faith in me, has he? Kind of just looks like it's drawn to fit. I mean, it may be. It may be. It's hard to say, isn't it? He's not got much faith in me, has he? Oh. Yeah, it's not an exact science sometimes, is it? But the fact that that's pushed straight down, I don't know. He doesn't believe in me as a trader, does he, Dan? See if anybody else has got it. Yes. I don't know they have actually. It might just be me. Well, tell a lie. Tell a lie. Thomas Wade has got it, but he's got it there where I initially had it. But the only issue with that is it doesn't break like that and push straight down. Market just generally doesn't do that much. Not after such a big channel down. But is that any better? It's not a great deal different. Someone said it fits one of the 10,000 chick chart. Let's have a look. What I feel like, you've got to do what feels right to you, and then you kind of learn how it adjusts. So, you know, sometimes, you know, some of you guys will say to me, I like that, or try this or try that. I'll try it. If I like it, I'll leave it. If I don't, I won't, because I think you've got to do what feels right for you. You know, I've even, yeah, see, that doesn't look terrible. I've even looked at Max and changed my channel and not done what Max done. It's still kind of working there, isn't it? So, I mean, even if you have it there, it doesn't look that bad, does it? I don't, maybe I'm wrong. The thing is, I think you'll adjust your chart how the market kind of fits and develops, and you'll kind of learn on the job, I think, won't you? This is a very much hands-on, isn't it? You learn as you go along. Yeah, it fits good on the 10,000 tick chart, doesn't it? Maybe there is a small break, but as I say, and I say this all the time, whenever we get a break from such a reasonable move down, it rarely just does that and comes straight down. If it does that, it's usually because it's still in the channel. We've got to the top and reverse. We've got to the top and reverse. And if you look at the way, we've got to the top and reverse. We've got to the top and reverse. We've done the same here. That tells me that every time we hit this line there, 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 and there, it's reversing, which tells me it's a channel. We're clearly making lower high, lower high, lower high. So maybe not the bigger one, but if you take it to where I had it in the bigger one, it's exactly the same place. So I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. We'll have to see. We'll see. Yeah, so here's another guy that's been trading a while. He's got it as well. Maybe not up to the top, but he's got it there. And he has as well, but with a small break. No, Mac always has it tighter than wider, though. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? He's got it right. He's a good looking. Oh, that's me. He's got a. Yeah, I don't know what he's. Is that the same channel? I don't know, but it's just one of those ones, isn't it? It's sometimes it's not super clear, but I don't mind that, so I'm going to leave it there. I like the way you can see there, midline, midline. You can see how it's working on the midline there and there and there. So, I don't know. It looks okay, doesn't it? Yeah, Johnny, you said it looks okay. Fits perfectly exponential. Yeah. So, okay, so Marco has got it now, but he's got a small break. So, that works for me. But as I say, it rarely does that. So, I don't know, maybe people will change it. But Marco's got it like that, which is not far from where we originally had it as a spike and channel with just a slight adjustment. So, I'm willing to go with that. But as I say, that's unusual for it to do that. And then, do you know what I mean? So, it's a tough one, really. Just get rid of that light. That's better. Okay, so the issue I have now is we've rejected straight down, we've rejected straight down, we've had two legs down and we've only got down to the midline, which again is playing a role, isn't it? So I would be inclined to wait on a short here because we may get a break here. Now, bear in mind, it may not be a break, it may just be to the top of the channel, so I'm going to leave that there as well, just in case, because if it comes up to here and reverses, you can use the bottoms, which give, yeah, the bottoms seem to work okay. I can push that up a fraction just to there. I'm not bothered about the little bit there, because on your chart you may not have a full body, but we got a nick there, a touch there, so I think that looks okay, either as it is or with this. But if it touches this and reverses again, it's another indication. But the fact that we've had two pushes down and bounced off that midline, that I'd be cautious. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're clearly coming down, aren't we? So, yeah, so I'd be cautious about going short here. So you may consider that a break. There is something possibly higher, so I'm going to kind of sit on the fence here. But what I do like is this. We've taken the bottom off, so if we adjust this end for that to fit, it touches there as well. So that's why I think there may be something larger, but it's not an exact science, is it? It's I've got my superpower here again today. Cheers, everyone. Marco, whenever not sure, stay out. Absolutely. Great advice. So there is a lower high. I wouldn't take a trade here just at the moment because it's either fallen between there, or it could be a break, two pushes down to a new low. So that would make sense. If it is a break, it didn't come straight down and break this. Maybe we had two legs down and a push up and then down to a new low. So maybe it is. So there's a second entry short there. Wouldn't take that. The lower high I don't think was terrible, but it's in the middle of these two lines. I'm a bit unsure what I'm looking at. So when I've already taken a trade, I always get super cautious. Nothing worse than giving money back. You can take that up a fraction if you want. It's negligible really, but perhaps it is. Small break, two pushes to a new low. So maybe that is. So yeah, as I say, if that pushed straight down to a new low, I'd say it wasn't a break. But the fact that we've had two legs down to a new low, that does make sense. So that worked out nice, that. Okay, excuse me a second. Let's take a quick bathroom break. Should lighten up in a minute. Okay, so 2 bounces off that midline. Do you know what? I mean, there's always a possibility. No, I was going to say a 2-tier channel, but no, I don't think it is. See, we're not quite at the lows there. We've not broken those lows. We've got close. Now, if this reverses again here, then for me, there's likely to be a bigger channel, I think. It's getting a bit unclear now. See, if we have had a break, 2 pushes or 2 attempts to make an ULO, we've got down to this midline. I wouldn't want to take a short here. Just in case I misjudge it. There's a better looking bar on the other one, but it's 20 ticks. So I'm not risking that for 20 ticks. Not only that, it's triggered yet and already starting to move up. So I've got this fitting, but you could say it's a triple test, but look at the way that's reacting. Now, if I was in that trade now, I'll be wanting to jump out now. I think usually within a few seconds, when you get in a trade, I think you've got an idea whether it's going to take you out or not. So what I might start doing is, if it does happen like that again, I might start getting out a bit early. I'd rather save 3 or 4 ticks. Now that wouldn't trigger that bar and not stop it out for me. On the rare occasion it does hold, but I think you're better off getting out of those if you can. As soon as it starts to come back like that, if you can save yourself 4 ticks or 5 ticks, it's hold there, looks, which rarely does that. If you can save yourself 4 or 5 ticks, if you do that on 3 trades, you'll have saved yourself a loss. But I'm surprised that didn't go all that way and stop it out. In fact, it did the complete opposite. It trapped the long and then pushed down. So we're now going to trap that short. Who knows? Yeah, see, where do you think that's going? Tough one. There's nothing more I hate than giving back when I've made a trade, so it would have to be something spectacular to get me in. See if Max says he takes 1 to 3 trade, but rarely more than 2. If he's taken 2 trades today, Mac will be up 3 points, depending on whether he got a runner or not. I'm up 3 points on 1 trade, so 1 trade's enough for me in a day. I'm more than happy with the points for that. Trouble is, when we've had what looks like a break, 2 pushes down, not quite a new low, but twice we've rejected off this. I'm so cautious about taking a short here. The fact that it worked is kind of a bit irrelevant. Yeah, see, Dan's got this quite different. Dan's got this there. I don't think it looks terrible, but I think the trouble is, I personally think it fits better if I take that up there. If you put it to the top there and bring that down, I think it fits really well. It touches, it touches, it touches, it touches, and it touches. And it fits nice, so there might be an over. I don't know. Sometimes it's, as I say, it's not an exact science. He's got that pulled down to there, so he's got that as a break, which we kind of had anyway, really, wasn't it? Is that how he's got it? No, he's got that there. I think that's okay, to be fair. We've pushed up right to the top and pulled down, so I like that. We've rejected in the right place. So I'm going to leave that where it is because it doesn't work for me. So we got a push down, 2 attempts to push higher, and then finally a down. So maybe, as I say, it rarely does that and then comes straight down for a new low, and it didn't. We had 2 legs down, 2 attempts to push up, and then eventually a new low. So, you know, when it breaks from something like this, it usually takes the scenic route. The scenic route for me usually ends up in getting a little bit higher, but it didn't. That's not a great signal bar for me. I don't think it's a bad bar, but one, it's about 6 points. And because of the 2 attempts to push down, I'm a bit cautious about going short here. If we'd have been trapping longs there, that may have interested me. Now, you may argue we have trapped longs a little bit, just by a tick. But it's just not quite for me, that. It's a little bit congested there. You never know if it's going to tick you and just push up a bit. But I've got no issues leaving that. Let me feel. Dan hasn't taken anything there, so I'm all right with that. Can't see where I may have missed anything specifically. Dan has taken a trade there, which the trouble is we've had 2 attempts to push lower, so but it's not a bad setup, that. I kind of liked it, but it was kind of a big bar, and once I've already taken a trade, I'm just super careful. I think that last push confirmed your original trend. Yeah. Yeah, so it does look like that's the break. As I say, when it breaks, it rarely does that down to a new low, but it didn't. We had just had 2 pushes down, 2 legs up, and then eventually, so it was kind of leg and leg. So I'd say, yeah, that's definitely a break then. Dan's got that as a break, but I'm okay with that. That's fine. I reckon the 2 months of generally down, PEX contracts, affect markets being, I reckon, the push markets. It wouldn't surprise me if they start to put the margins up, especially the way this thing's moving. It's amazing the difference between a margin for just intraday and overnights. It shoots up dramatically for overnight, and rightly so, the way this thing can gap. I think I was looking on, it was something stupid. I think it's $500 per mini contract. I think it went up to something like 16,000 or something ridiculous like that for to hold overnight. Something stupid like that. I might be wrong, but it was a horrendous amount. So I'm going to go with that. So let's call that a leg and a leg. Trouble is with this, it is relatively volatile at the moment. I mean, we've been kind of averaging between 4 and 7. Let's call it 5.5 for argument's sake, which is usually double what it averages. So I mean, we have had some serious gaps. In fact, did we fill that gap from a few days ago? We must have done. Or have we? I bet we haven't still filled that gap. We got above 760. No, we haven't, have we? So we've still got a gap going back. So you won't want to get stuck in that overnight. What did that drop down? 15 points, something like that. Yeah, 15, 16 points. And that could do then account some damage, couldn't it? So channel, I like that. Fitting nice on the bottom. We got a small break, 2 legs down, 2 more attempts higher, and then a second leg down. So that's not a bad looking bar there, but 1x28 ticks, and we're at the lows, there's no space. So you can't take that one really. Perfect measured leg. Right to the tick leg, 2 legs up. Yeah, so a lower higher would have been a much better option. Been watching for 2 years and thought it'd be nice to actually say hi. It's taken you 2 years. You must be quite shy. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? What do we call you? Crikey, do we call you Dis? Or Disco? Disco. Let's call you Disco. Disco Pimp. Ah, I see it now. Disco Pimp. Let's call you Disco. Well, it takes some people a little bit of time to come forward, doesn't it? How you doing, buddy? Disco Pimp. I just saw a bunch of letters and actually read it. Damien. How you doing, Damien? I remember that. Where you from, bud? Where you from? Feels like a bigger channel. I'm just looking at that. You want about a bigger one? The whole one? Where are you from, Damien? Well, I mean, the thing is going in that same direction. Oh, you're from Eastbourne. Oh, I see. Eastbourne. Where's that? Kent, isn't it? Is that Eastbourne? Let me think. Eastbourne? It is Kent way, isn't it? Eastbourne. Is that over near Sheerness, places like that? I can't think now. I can't think. It's down that way somewhere. East, north, south. Yes, okay, I'm with you. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Ah, nice to get some fellow Brits in here. We're surrounded by Americans most of the day. But they're all right. They're not a bad bunch. Troublesome, but they're not a bad bunch. There may be something larger. I mean, come on. You've got to pay attention to that, haven't you? Okay, I don't care what anybody's saying. I'm doing that. I might be wrong, but I like that. I can't see how you don't like that. Oh, excuse me, Eastbourne, yeah. Oh, come on, how can you not like that? Look how it's working around the midline. There. How can you not like that, Daniel? Come on, mate. Let me see if he changes it. If he changes his channel like mine, I'll never speak to him again. I'll send him a nasty message. Wilson, is that you that smells? How can you not like that channel? Mac has a break. You don't. Where's he got a break here? Yeah, there may be. Trouble is, if it still continues to go down and respects the top at some time. At the news spike thing. Oh, that thing there. Let's have a look. Where was it there? Has he gone from the top? Has he gone from the top? Has he? See, the trouble is, that's a spike. So let's have a look. Oh, I don't know. I'm losing faith in Mac's channel. I don't know. I shouldn't say that really. No, I'm only joking. Have a look. I don't know. I'm going to put that there for now. I mean, it's irrelevant to a degree anyway. I mean, generally, we follow the short-term stuff. So it's only a guide, isn't it, really? Obviously, unless it comes up to here. But I think it... I'll be eager to watch Mac's chart later and see if he's changed it. I mean, if it bounces here and then pushes to the top again, at some point you've got to say Lance was right. Don't know whether he will. More whiskey. Hmm. Oh, shiver. Okay, let's get rid of that. So, one leg up, two legs up. I just can't go short down here. It's too low, isn't it? We're getting down to these lows, overnight lows now. See, maybe Mac goes from the top, but the trouble is usually these spikes you don't pay a lot of attention to, obviously because of the news. But every single high here we've touched on the way down. There. Look at the bottoms. Perfect touch, perfect touch, perfect touch. Let's see where this gets to. How many times is Daily Charlotte fucked up? That's a good point, actually. He does the oddest charts sometimes. It all amazes me sometimes when his downtrends kind of look somewhere like that, which are a bit odd. Yeah, I don't know. They work for him. That's the main thing. He does have some odd channels sometimes, doesn't he? But yeah, I mean the bigger stuff to some degree is irrelevant, really. I mean it's obviously about hair in my face all. See trades like that or that one, there maybe. This is more just a guide, really, isn't it? Nice to see Max live trade 2 days ago. Yeah, I wish he'd do it a bit more. I wish just once in a blue moon he'd stream live and just open to a few questions. It clearly doesn't bother him, recording and talking while he's looking at a trade. In fact, he sounds super calm. So I'm not as a member at the moment. I've had 2 years, but separate now and again. I'll go back. So if one of you guys is a member, just message him and say it'd be lovely for you to do a live stream so people can have a chat with you. Just once in a blue moon. Stream live on YouTube and then just answer a few comments and just talk about what you see. And I can't see it being a problem. Just once in a blue moon, I don't think he'll mind it. Or even maybe do it while he's not taking a trade or something. See, another thing I noticed, I was watching one of Dan's reviews last night on here. So he does these. Where is it? I was watching a couple of them last night. I keep forgetting he does them. He does a live. Well, I say live. He does a bar by bar, which he talks about. It's here somewhere, and I've noticed on some of his, he doesn't necessarily keep things in a channel. See there and there. The trouble is, and I'm thinking, how do you know if it's not like that when we've had a decent break? So now, what I will say is that big green bar there is sticking out that channel. Now, on my chart or your chart, it might be bullish. I mean, you could have a bullish pin bar there, which means it wouldn't stick out. So perhaps, I don't quite know why he does that, but it fits nice there. But it's just unusual. Let me just see if there's any more. But sometimes he just doesn't have. So whether that doesn't matter, I've noticed Mac does it as well. So whether it's more, I don't know why really. See, a little bit sticking out there. Perhaps it just uses as a general guideline. Perhaps I think too much into it because I try and get it to fit perfectly. Perhaps that's just me. But can you see there? We got a small break there as you've had it. So I don't quite. In fact, I'm going to message him later and ask him why. But perhaps he just does it as a general guideline. Or perhaps he knows the secret and he's not telling us. But you see how I try to sort of get them to fit, and look how nice that fits. Mind you, I've done it the same as him there, but I don't know, perhaps there's a reason why he doesn't do that. Thomas Wade mentions that the channel doesn't have to be perfect, just close enough. The trouble is, I took a trade maybe a year ago. It might have been a bit more actually, because I was a member of Max then, and it didn't work. And Mac marked my chart up and sent it back and said we'd had a small break. And I'm not kidding you, this break was minute. It was like that, maybe a little bit more. It was the tiniest of breaks. So if you use it as a general guideline, how do you know you're not missing a break? Do you know what I mean? That's the sort of bit of confusion I have. So let's take this one, for instance. If I keep it touching there, small break. It was almost like that Max said we've had a small break and a new low. Then we had a second entry short. I took the short, he triggered and pushed up, and he said we've had a small break. So that's the trouble really. Now I know between charts to charts that is a bearish bar. Now we could have a bearish pin bar which gives us more or less the same information that it's bearish, but obviously if that was a wick it wouldn't be sticking out of there. Problem is with Mac is that it's consistent changes. That was a break. No news and bias. What happens after the trade works? Yeah, it's you know, as I say, it's not an exact science, is it? But sometimes, you know, you have little questions that tend to, you know, flicker around. Tick below was counted. Yeah, I thought it doesn't, you know, it does make a difference, but perhaps it does. And yes, Trader, how you doing, mate? It's been a long time. It has been a long time. I hope you're keeping well. Our channels, he does not consider some movement outside the channel. Yeah, it's basically there is kind of a hidden second entry short there, but I'm staying out of that at the moment because I'm just a bit unsure what's going on here. Is this going to come down? I don't usually like taking shorts this low in maybe a bigger channel. I think it has to do with a lot of gut feeling after years. Yeah, I agree with that. It is kind of a feeling of what's going on. See, that to me is clearly a break, but you could argue that it's not a break. You see what I mean? And that actually kind of fits. There's the break. So sometimes I'll see Dan might have something like that with a break. So there's still a little bit of confusion there. Might start streaming again. Not bad, getting back into it. Took a break. Yeah, it's good to take a break. I think Sam's been taking a break, 5 trader at the moment. I've not seen him stream for a few. Trading, learning to trade and get on top here at times. I've taken little breaks, but I'm never away from the charts more than a couple of days before I just want to come back. I'm really competitive and I hate getting beaten. I hate thinking that something is telling me I can't do something. So I say a couple of times I've said I'm going to have a week, and I always come back after a couple of days. Because I've always had this kind of thing. You got to face your fears. Now I went through. I remember years ago. It was about 18, 20 years ago. We went to Cyprus on holiday, and for some reason I had a real fear on the plane. And I've never had that before. I did about 30 odd skydives when I was in my 20s, early 20s. And I just had a real fear of flying for some reason. I don't know where it came. So I forced myself to have flying lessons. It scared the shit out of me initially, but I don't like the fact that something scares me. I have to do it if it scares me. That's how it screws people up, because it takes consideration, drawings on a chart, real time, it ignores things. Yeah. Fed up stuff a few days. He mentions taking a trade off the midline last trader. Yeah. Man, you have the right drive mindset. I think you've got to be stubborn, haven't you? I understand why. After doing it for 4 years, I understand why people give up. I understand that, and I don't blame them for it, as long as you give it a bit of time. Because, you know, I've done a lot of things in my life. I've never kind of been settled. You know, I was a chef for quite a few years. I was a bricklayer for quite a few years. I drove HGVs for quite a few years. I've done bits of all sorts. I've always kind of had what my sort of mum used to sort of deem as itchy feet. I found it hard to stick at something long enough. So I've tried so many things. And I've never liked working for people. I've loved working for myself. No one telling me what to do. And, you know, some of these companies where they give you all this crap about equality and all this sort of stuff, and they just tell you what they want to hear. But this is the one thing I've stuck at longest, I think, because I am competitive, and I know you can earn a lot of money at trading, and it can be a good lifestyle, not just a financial lifestyle. There's so much more freedom, better hours. You know, if you how many jobs can you sit there and have a single malt when you're working? You know what I mean? It doesn't happen. So there's so many benefits to trading if you can get past that initial changing of that mindset. You know, I still have hiccups from time to time, but they get less and less. And I can now see light at the end of the tunnel, but you have to be stubborn and a bit driven just to come back and put up with it, because there has been times, and I'm not kidding you, twice I bawled my eyes out to my wife after losing accounts. But you kind of toughen up after a while, and those emotions play less and less of a part. 3 years now for me. I'll be fine. I'm still happy with the progress I see. Very stubbornly. Yeah, it does take time. 3 years in trading is not a lot, but you get into that area where you start to understand what's going on now. You can spot good trades. You still get, well, I'm talking about what I was like at 3 years. You still get caught out from time to time. Those emotions still play a part, but not as prevalent as they once were. And yes, is that Max? I know it's Dan's. Let's have a look at Dan's chart, actually. Yeah, it does take time, but if you're persistent and you just keep coming back and practicing, it's impossible not to get better. Yeah, see, Dan's got that and breaks. So perhaps it is something like that. Perhaps there is 2 legs down. It's a bit flickety all over the place, really, for maybe just a big channel down, although it kind of does fit. But yeah, it's not easy learning to trade, but is any job where you can earn this sort of money a quick process? It's not really, is it? I sort of end trading, sometimes move stop loss, not a good habit. No, it's not. Stop loss, not so much. I did it once just before Christmas, I think, and ended up losing $700 per account, which I haven't done it since. I will sometimes move it a couple of ticks, if I think that was the better setup and I'm in here, but I consider that more of a tactical decision. But what I've been doing lately is, now my accounts total now $33,000, and I've had $12,000 in payments, so they're growing nicely. So my accounts that have got 1,000 or so in, I'm careful with, but I have a tendency to take a risk to get them, when I get new accounts, to give them a bit of a boost. And it works a lot of the time, but when it doesn't work, I tend to blow the account. So it's still that little habit, and I put that down to possibly a little bit of impatience, trying to speed it too quick, and probably a little bit of greed as well. Just trying to grow it a bit too quick. But the other accounts, you know, I've had a couple of my accounts 50 days. So, you know, when I think about it logically, yes, it takes a bit of time, but they will grow but you have to give them a bit of a chance. And I have a tendency when I get new accounts to think, no, I want to get a quick $700 or $800 head start. And it may work 70-80% of the time, but then when it doesn't work, I end up losing account. So I've just got these 3 new accounts now, and I've locked them off with the rest. I can only trade 1 contract, 2 maximum losses a day, and I've just got to now. I'm going to put up with it. I'm going to forget rushing it and just let nature take its course and just let it do it organically, which I probably should have done 2 years ago, and I may have got somewhere a bit sooner. 2 years for me now. You're doing awesome. Thanks, bud. I appreciate that. 2 years for me now. I have a normal job, so I trade 6 to 8. Yeah, that's what I did. I was on site as a bricklayer, and I finished about 4 o'clock. Marco, how you doing, mate? He's still not. He's still not having any in my bigger channel there, Marco. Although it kind of fits. I get what he's doing, isn't he? He's got 2, so it may be something like that. And then a second leg down. In fact, it probably is, but I think it's irrelevant to a degree, isn't it? It still kind of fits. You've got the same, yeah. It still kind of fits. We've got a touch. So I don't know. I mean, we trade more the smaller time frame stuff anyway. The smaller stuff, don't we? So, I mean, he took a trade. Was it? It was that. No, it was one here, wasn't it? Somewhere. That one I think he took. So it's more the smaller time frame stuff, isn't it? So, I don't really scalp my profit. I hate it. Risk reward is horrendous. Yeah, it does take a bit of time. I've never been a fan of the 1 point. I did it when I started initially, but I went to 2 points a while after. I used to look at, well, I still do, Dan's chart and Marco's chart, and I went through their charts for 2 weeks in a row, and I think every single one of the trades I saw went for 2 points. So I changed over to 2 points, and then I did the same. I think it was I was chatting with Tony a couple of 3 months ago. And I said over the weekend, I'm going to go through the numbers and look at all the trades I've taken and look at Dan's and look at Mark's and figure out where I'd have been profit-wise if I'd have taken 6 ticks, 2 points or 3 points. And 3 points was an absolute no-brainer. The only downside is you've really got to leave every trade to 3 points to get the numbers to work. And I don't always. So blew an account yesterday with impatience, end of day greed. It happens, mate. All I can say is it gets less and less. And as long as things are improving, even at a small rate, I think it's acceptable. You're never going to change your mindset overnight. It doesn't happen. And sometimes that kind of revenge trading and reluctance to accept a loss can still raise its ugly head sometimes. 98% of trades, I took 4 ticks, worked for 6, like 95 worked for 8. I decided to go for 6, yeah. See, yeah, if you kind of go through the numbers don't lie, do they? But yeah, if people talk to me about it now, I say 6 ticks minimum. But if you say 98% goes for 6 ticks, you're making 50% profit. It's a no-brainer. Every other trade, even if it works 60, 70% of the time, it's still worth taking. So 95% will give you another 25% profit. See, for me, it'd be a no-brainer to go to 8, but it's not for everyone. I get that. But you have to, I mean, there's a risk tolerance and you kind of have to find out what feels better to you. So everyone's different. So I say, if it doesn't feel right, just because someone else does it, don't change it. Honestly, my best days, super trend days. I tend to make less in trend days as opposed to range days. I used to hate range days, but the thing is with range days, every time we get to the top, there's a possibility of getting in somewhere, and same with the bottoms, but we don't often have perfect range days. And obviously with that ATR, that's another sort of factor which you've got to decide, do I really want to get into a trade that may be 6 or 7 points? For instance, that trade there, I thought the setup was an absolute beauty, but it was 7, 8 points, 9 points. So if you get it wrong, it's going to sting like hell, that is. I mean, if Marco's taking 6 ticks, which is a 1.5, and you get stung for 9 points, that's, you got to do 4 or 5 more trades just to kind of get back to where you were. But you know, that's kind of trading really. For everyone, it's kind of a unique experience. For me, I found it particularly hard because I'm a bit stubborn, and my attitude was the more money I throw at it, the quicker I'll get there, and it absolutely works the opposite way. So I've slowly learned, but as I say, I'm a bit stubborn. So it's been a rocky journey for me, but it's a journey that, you know, I'd say the best thing they can get to is when you start to come to your charts and it feels just like a normal job. It doesn't feel like you're getting into the lion's den every time. You know what I mean? Those kind of, that gut, you get that sort of excited, nervous feeling. If you can get to come to sort of work just like a normal job, do what you got to do, and move on, I think things get easier then. But I try and have this thing that I say to myself: find a setup, get in it, commit, and move on. It's easier said than done sometimes, but Guardian Angel traders help me get out of bad habits. So if you are still struggling, now some people see it as a bit of an excuse, and if you haven't got the self-control, I think that's a load of crap. If there's a bit of software that can help you get out of a habit, I think it's good. I think your breakthrough was with the help of Guardian Angel Trader and managing. Yeah, absolutely. Because Guardian Angel Trader force you to trade like you should be trading. 2 losses or 1 loss a day and you're finished. And it just goes to show, through the help of a piece of software, if you can make your accounts grow, it actually forces you to sit and look at the bigger picture, that actually, now I know I can't trade because I've hit my losses for the day. My accounts are starting to grow now. So it just goes to show, when you're forced to break the cycle, trading works. Trading is not necessarily as difficult as people think. The practical side of it, once you add the emotions, you know, if you were a robot and trading like a robot, there's no emotions, you get there a lot quicker. So, you know, it's obviously a skill you've got to learn, but the most difficult part to get over is those emotions. When you're winning trades, the world's, you know, everything's fantastic. Did you give someone your guard? No, see, I lock mine so I can only get in. So I have mine set at the moment to 1 contract, maximum 1 contract, 2 losses, and it blocks me. It allows me to trade from 2 minutes after the market opens to about 6:30 UK time, which gives me about 4 hours. And after that, I can't touch it. And I lock mine. The only time I can get access to mine is 30 minutes before the market opens. So if I've made a mistake and change the setting, at least I can go back in and alter it. But once the market's open, I think from 1:30 onwards, I can't make any changes till the following day. So anytime my emotions start to affect my trading, I can't physically do it. You can't even delete the software. Believe me, I've tried. So once you get into the nuts and bolts of it, there's all sorts of fantastic settings. Yeah, see, I can still get into these 3. No, I've locked them. I can't. So if I go into, let's have a look, Guardian Angel Trader at the moment. So if I pick any one of my accounts, I'm locked out. I can get in. I'm locked between 1:30. It's usually 2:30, but the US came forward. And 1 minute to midnight, and then midnight 01 until 1 p.m. So I've got 30 minutes. It's a shame because I could show you some of the settings, but it's amazing what you can do in here. You can even lock your stop loss. If I have my stop loss here, it won't allow me to move it away. I can only move it towards profit, but never away. So you can lock stop losses. So there's all sorts of stuff. You can have a timeout. So after a loss, you can allow it to not take a trade for, say, 10 minutes or whatever you want. I found in the past I wouldn't lock it and would go. There are times where I've done that, yeah, but now I lock it. It's like saying you're going to start a diet when you've just eaten a huge pizza. It's easy. But come tomorrow, when those hunger pains start to kick in, that's when you start to go for the fridge. But if you put a great big bolt on the fridge after you've eaten your pizza, it kind of forces you not to do it. So it's a great bit of software. But I don't look at it as cheating. I look at it helping you get out of a habit. Because it's exactly what it is, a habit. But strangely enough, if I've had a loss or my 2 losses and I can't trade, I kind of feel okay now because I know I can't do it. So I'm not sure about that at the moment. No, it's absolutely, yeah. Everyone suffers with revenge trading. Everyone does. Now, if there's a piece of software that can help you get out those habits and save you money, it makes it perfect. You'd be stupid not to. You know, not to take advantage of it if it's there. So, Meta. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it's a tool. So, you know, if it's there, you want to use it. I get it's not for everyone. I get that. But it's a fantastic tool. And if you are struggling, it makes perfect sense. So, there are several hacks to keep you away from habits. The GAT is not a bad one. Yeah, absolutely. I even tried getting my wife here with me once, sitting next to me, but I was revenge trading and she had no idea. I lost the trade and I went, no, this is okay. I can get into this one. It's safe. And I lost it. So if you're going to get someone to try and stop you, you've got to make sure they know what you're doing first. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. But yeah, I mean, I've read so many things to try, but I don't know. Do they? I mean, when you do go on tilt, it's a pretty powerful feeling, isn't it? You know, I've gone on tilt, and I don't know, I've managed to get money back, and I've walked away from the chart, and my heart has been pounding for an hour after. It's almost like someone puts you on a tightrope between 2 bloody mountains. They give you a safety rope, but that's it, and they kind of leave you on your own. It's so nerve-wracking and so frustrating. So, but Guardian Angel Trader is a super bit of stuff, it really is. So we got a channel break, new high. Now, I wouldn't want to go short here at the moment because I'm a bit sure whether there's a channel down here. Probably not. It could come down. There may be an overshoot there. There's just a bunch of different scenarios which could mean this goes up or down. So I got no idea. Not only that, it's 25 ticks. So is it going up? Is it going down? I don't know. It may be an overshoot. Not only that, I just didn't notice actually we've broken those lows as well. So if there is a bigger channel, it could come up to the top of it. So it's just a bit unclear here. Yeah, so straight away you'd be thinking you're in trouble now. I'm done. Have a good day. Yeah, you take it easy, bud. Yeah, there's a good reason not to take that. See, it's gonna. I'll be surprised if it doesn't stop that out. I mean, it is a second entry short, but the context is telling us that. Well, it's not telling us much, really, is it? Are we? Are we going sideways? Are we having 2 legs up? Is it going to continue down more? I mean, I'd say if you're in that trade there, I'd be seriously worried. I mean, it may hold, but after seeing that get a tick away, I'll be surprised if it doesn't. I mean, it may hold. Sometimes if it's a strong enough position, it will come close and then move down. I've seen Matt mark high probability trades and we've come back level before it's pushed down, but the context here isn't super clear. There may be an overshoot. So let's have a look at Dan's chart. So he has got this. I put that a minute ago, but we haven't hit it 3 times. But that would be enough to keep me out of a short because I don't know what we have got. So I don't think it's a bad option to have that. Normally, to confirm this, you've got to hit it 3 times, but that's a good enough reason not to take a short there in case we have a leg and a leg. So you'd have to think that's going to get stopped out, even if we make another, higher high before we push up. Let's see, I'm just going to get rid of the colour from that because I think it's, whether it is a bigger channel or not, I think it's irrelevant at the moment. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's just get it out of the way. Let's call it that, yeah. This is more to the point, isn't it? So it may hold. If this is a channel, it may hold. But really, I'd want that confirming. So we've got a channel break new high. So you could argue that's a triple test, but it's just too risky to go short at the moment because it's not super clear. Whether you call that a test, it's just really a pullback, isn't it? That is one attempt. That is a second attempt. I mean, it may work, but we could get a leg and a leg up to the, maybe up to confirm this. So it's a bit risky, that is. So the beauty is if you go for your point or 2 points or 6 ticks, you may get it now. Say you'd have got 2 1/4 there. You'd have certainly got 6 ticks off it, but I mean, look at this. You've got to be concerned now, haven't you? Trouble is, we often go up, go across, and then go up again. So if we push up and bounce off here, I don't think that will be a bad short. So I'm going to get one ready just in case.
Order submitted.
Okay, let's see what happens now. So, leg and a leg.
Order cancelled.
Oh, shoot, it's possible. Yeah, it's not even really confirmed yet, I don't think. I mean, what I do like about it is it's clearly working in that bottom tier. So what I will say is sometimes if you get an overshoot, we get a matching one this side and then it continues on. You know something, I'm just going to put that back into place, but just pull it out of the way and just see if it does. No, that's an overshoot from that, isn't it? If I put it there, does that look any better? Maybe. Let's put it out of the way. Okay, excuse me just for a second. Okay, what's going on here? We have had a leg and a leg. See, there is a lower high on my other chart, but it's above that EMA, so I'm still not sure exactly what's going on here. Let's just have a look at this. What I don't want to do is get it wrong. Small overshoot there, maybe. Sometimes you get the opposite there. Is this coming down? It's looking like it, but it's just a bit too early, I think. Look at this one. See, this looks a lot better, but the trouble is we haven't even really confirmed a channel. Well, I mean, sometimes things just don't kind of work out right. We have got a leg up with 2 legs back and a leg up. So there's a leg and a leg. There is a lower high there. There's also a possible second entry long, so that may trigger and it may come down. So let's see if this comes down now and gives us a failure. Trouble is, I'm just cautious at the moment. Yeah, rightly so. Is that going to take that out? Yeah, it is. So because of that overshoot, it may not, but I wouldn't want to be in that lower high. You'd have got your points anyway. You'd have got 5 points there easy, I think. Yeah. So it's taken that out, and quite possibly that as well. So yeah, it's why I always avoid any type of trade after I think we've either had a break or an overshoot. Triple test long 10 minutes ago. I see, yeah. But isn't that the same, if you're still here, Jan, isn't that the same as just these, or does it do something different? Have a look if I missed something. Have a look. Okay, leg and a leg. Can't take that at the moment, I think. Yeah. Triple test long, that one there. Yeah. Yeah. Just trying to look at what it is. Well, let me enlarge it on my phone. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's just, I see what you mean, doesn't it? Just open a trade. I got you. It's all right. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. You can get it to open a limit order. I got you. Yeah, that sounds good, mate. The trouble is, obviously, you got to do this, and then this, and then this, and it's a bit long-winded sometimes. As I say, I used to have... I got given a bit of software called, I think it was One Click Trader, which I had here. Trouble is, there was a buy and a sell button there, and I clicked buy by accident. and it opened up a trade. I like the fact that up there, but yeah, I like that. So if you click something, it's just, yeah, I like the idea of that, mate. Yeah, absolutely. If you've got that up and running successfully, let me know and I'll have a go at that for sure. You can just click the order, will create it automatically, either stop it. Perfect. I only ever use limit orders, to be honest with it. Now, I may use market orders if I was trading one an account like Mac, but my experience is using market orders, or buy or sell stop market orders, whatever you want to call them. I find sometimes it doesn't trigger all my accounts. And with a limit order, that limit order will sit there on all those accounts until it takes them, whether it's individually or in one go. Oh, it's market orders, select current price. Yeah, check Dan's Discord. What am I looking at, bud? Oh, this. Yeah, uptrend looks like it. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it hasn't really confirmed properly, is it? I don't think. He has got it down here. So whether it's just a break or what, let's do that. Dan's comments. Maybe it's Lance's channel. I haven't got it yet, to be honest with you. Let's have a look. Airdrop. Yeah. I'm glad I'm the focus of someone's conversations today. It's hard to know what's going on, really, isn't it? Is there something wider? Who knows? Not sure about that. I mean, this could, well, I say reversal, it's probably strong words, isn't it? Let me pull my magic tool in. I am determined to get this channel to work today. I don't know whether it is or not, is it? See if it reverses from there or comes back down to there. Let's leave it like that for now. I wish Dan would have some sort of something automatic that could just take a photo of his charts and post it every 5 or 10 minutes. So I'm just going to do that and then that. So we got a leg and a leg, pull back a leg and a leg. So Dan's got that, hasn't he? So with an overshoot. Now, ordinarily, I'd say, yeah, it's got to touch 3 times, but it is working as like a 2-tier channel, so maybe that changes things. I'm not sure about that. I'm thinking just a couple of legs. Let's just... Now, if you get a second entry long here, I still wouldn't want to take it just yet because this is a channel. We've had a couple of legs. It could come down and test the lows. I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is bearish at the moment today. So I think for me, thinking about taking longs at the moment isn't probably the brightest ideas. Do you know, if I find Max got this channel when I see it later, I'm never going to let Dan forget this. See, that wouldn't be too bad, would it? Now, if price comes down to here, that would be really interesting, because strangely enough, that doesn't look too bad. So, I don't know, maybe that's not terrible. I still kind of like that. It may be an overshoot, we'll see, but let's just stuff out of the way. I don't want to get rid of it just in case I'm right. I can rub his nose in it later. So there's a lower high there which triggered, pushed up, stopped out. So I wouldn't think about taking a long or a short here at the moment. I want to see what's going to happen. Finding resistance at max range lows. Where's Max chart? Has he posted Max chart today? No, I don't know. Okay, so perfect measured leg. Let's see what happens there. See, I'm not sure if there is a larger channel up there, which is why I wouldn't want to take that. Yeah, see, Thomas Wade's got that as well. Because he's got that break out the bottom. So I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We'll see. We'll see. So it comes into play. It was posted at 9:37 Central Time. Was it really? Let's have a look. So 37 Central Time. So that's 5 hours now, isn't it? With the hour. So what are we? 3:30. It shows. Is it? I'm on the wrong chart. That's why. Basically an hour ago. See, I haven't got access to his. Was it posted on Dan's? Dan usually posts it. Posted it an hour ago. I'm lucky. I got it. Yeah. Trouble is, he may decide to change that accordingly as it happens. So he's got it from there, which is kind of similar, but he's got that break. Yeah. It's hard to say, isn't it, really? Obviously, things change and develop. So that short would have worked for a few points. I wouldn't have taken it, though, because I'm not sure whether this thing is moving up or what. So let's just have a look at this. So maybe this is a channel with an overshoot which is centered up. So I'll be Waiting with eager ears later when Mac trades or shows us his trade. Okay, how long I've been trading for? I'm going to take a quick break, I think. 2 hours and 6 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to make myself a drink. I will be... I've got nothing open, have I? No. I'll be back about 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, so this is working like a channel, isn't it? So that's what I'll treat it as. So let me just have a look at this. See, there is the possibility that there may be something larger and it could still come down. But I'm not sure. So just for now, touch, touch, touch. If we come down to here, Dan has got his chart like that. Is that right? Yeah. In which case there is a second entry long, but for me there's no space to the highs, which is a shame. Leg and leg. I was hoping we'd get a little bit lower here. I mean, it has worked for 3 points, but I mean, 20 ticks. So it went for 3 points, but to be fair, you need space for the highs, and it wasn't there really. If you go a tick above there, I mean, to the highs, you've got half a point, 3/4 of a point, maybe if you're lucky. You can't take it, in my opinion. You never know when we're going to find some sort of support here. I mean, this thing is swinging wildly, isn't it? It's been like this for weeks now. So, I mean, we're down 125 points relatively quickly. I mean, we're down sort of like 70 points just overnight, really. Maybe not. Maybe not. It could still come down some more, this. There's certainly a possibility. It's surprisingly how different Dan and Thomas Wade's charts are. There's Thomas's there. He had the same thing that I was looking at with the overshoot, and he's got a full channel there, whereas Dan has got a spike and a channel. There's 2 legs up with a pullback. Well, he's got that at the moment. Just goes to show, really, trading kind of the same strategy. How your chart reading can be quite different. Let me just put that back a minute. Yeah, I mean, if you have that and you get rid of that, it kind of looks like a 2-tiered channel. I don't think that looks terrible. But he's got that like that, which is more or less fitted in that 2-tier. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use both, because I think it's taking a... It does come down here. Be interesting to see how it reacts with that bottom. I mean, normally we'll come off this first one and then meet that first swing, and funnily enough, the third swing works as well, and it does look like it does look like it fits on the midline. So it did work that. It's just there's not enough space really. If that finished down here somewhere, that'd be worth taking. See if you did take that. I mean, it's gone up 7 points quickly. Just going to get an order ready.
Order submitted. Get second leg down here. There is a second entry short, but we're just floating in the middle of nowhere there. Order cancelled. I mean, look at that thing. That's a fair reversal. That looks like it to me. We're up like 50 odd points.
Well, I just put £100 in, which is about 120 odd dollars. I changed it in my Revolut account to dollars. I haven't put anything more in it. What I wanted to do was start funneling some over from the end of this month, maybe 20-25% of what I earn. If I earn, let's say, even $5,000, I might start sticking $1,000 over or something like that and slowly build it. I don't really want to trade it at the moment. I'd rather let a little bit more in there so I can afford to trade it. And then work out how to do it the micro. So I want to get a couple of thousand in there and then probably just trade a couple of micros on it, something. I want to build it up slowly, do it sensibly. Kind of the complete opposite to the way I trade with Apex. But I think the ultimate goal is to, because you never know what's going to happen with prop firms in years to come. I can't see them going away, but you just never know. If all of a sudden Apex decided to pack up and shut everyone's account, then I'd kind of be screwed to a degree. I'd have to sort of, I can't see that happening, but it's always nice to kind of have a plan. If I had my own money and I control everything, whereas at the moment I've got to rely on, prop firms staying around, I can't see them changing. I think we'll be moving more to live accounts at some point in the future. The transfer a Revolut account, what method did you use? If you go into your account, it said fund it by debit card. So I use my Revolut debit card. So you enter all your card details and it confirms your card. And then what I did, because I don't know whether Ninja Trader exchange it and, I don't know, use their own exchange rate and use a fee. So I can transfer any money in my Revolut account over to dollars at current market price, current market rates, interest free, without any fees. So I'm looking for a correction here, a nice correction, and then a big move up. So I changed it over to dollars, which was, I think it was $127, and then I sent dollars over. So there's no worries about exchange rates. But it took about 3 days, I think. Yeah. See me, can't like missing out on all these exactly right. Yeah. If Apex are making money out of people pretend trading, which effectively they're going to start saying, well, hold on a minute, if we start to keep supplying you with data, although I dare say they pay for data, but yeah, they could, I mean, they're missing out on a massive market there, aren't they? So they'll just, yeah, they can start saying, well, okay, we'll let you do it for the first 3 months. After that, you put people onto a live account. I mean, the beauty about being put on a live account is Apex will still make a commission from them, and or set fee, whether it's the 10% or not, and then they can put them aside and they keep getting a fresh new load of other traders in. So let me just have a look at this. So I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to bring that out till it fits there, close enough to there and there. So I'm just going to get rid of this small channel away for a minute because I like that. So I'd like a second leg down, trap some longs here and push down for a second leg and then give us a way up further. How long do you see yourself trading prop firms before you go? To be honest with you, mate, I think I'll be daft not to do both because, it's a... Put it this way, even the last couple of months, $12,000, if I was going to make $6,000 per month, I'd have to have a massive pot of money, really. If I've got, say, let's say I got $50,000 and I make 10% a month, that's $5,000 a month. So I'd have to have a reasonable sized pot, which I just haven't really got at the moment. So I think it's good to trade both at the same time and make a bit of money from both. If you can trade, it makes sense to take a full advantage of the prop firm. So do you know someone? I think it's a lie. They don't put money in live, take profit. Yes. Well, I think what put it this way, the CME group or whoever it is who runs them, are missing out on commissions. So they're supplying the data to the prop firms, and the prop firms are putting them on effectively on a sim. So you think how many people are on sim, they're making money, Apex are making money, and the CME group are going to say, hold on a minute, if we're supplying you with all this data, we want something out of it as well. So, you know, either stop. The trouble is, if you're making money, everyone else around you has got their hand out. So I dare say they're saying that, you know, if you want us to keep supplying you with data, then you're going to have to start put them on a live account so we can make our commissions. So I don't know how it all works, to be honest with you, but I'm guessing it's possibly something like that. So are we going to get 2 legs down or a push up there? It's hard to say. I like that as a channel. We got 3 touches really there and another touch there. It's working as a... Yeah, see, Dan's got it like that, but I think it works the same way. Whether it's a 2-tiered channel or just 1 tier, but we've got a break if it is just the 1 tier. So I'm a bit on the... I'm careful what I do in here because it may just be a spike in a channel, but it does work there more or less 3 times. In fact, I could move this, tighten this a little bit. I bet Thomas Wade's got it the same as me. Oh, no, he hasn't actually. He's got it as a small break. Okay, so Thomas Wade has got that, which is kind of a combination of mine and Dan. So he's got that as a small break and a new high. So whether you've just got that, excuse me, break new high, or whether you've got this small break new high, my trade was on this other chart up here. That one there. We had this big move down, made 1-2 attempts, channel break, 1-2 attempts at new high, and I took that one. Second entry long, trader's trap there, pushed up, moved over when it got below their stop drop. So yeah, that was it on my second chart. No, it was join, I think. So just after, I think. Let's pull it down. So market opens there 1:30. 1:30 UK time. You jump forward now. So it was about 5-6 minutes after. I can't trade the first 2 minutes. I generally have my Golden Angel trader just to lock that out, so I don't get stuck. So leg down, small break, push up, new high, possibly perfect time to start trading. Yeah, so at the moment it's what time is it at the moment? 4 o'clock. Yeah, it's I'm in the States. It's yeah. Absolutely, yeah. It's usually 2:30 when I start trading. Now, you guys came forward an hour, didn't you? So it's 1:30 at the moment. But yeah, absolutely. I love not having to get out of bed early in the morning. So yeah, it is the perfect time for me. So usually around about 2:30 till about 6 o'clock UK time, which is about 3.5 hours, sometimes a little bit. Fully awake. Absolutely, yeah. So there is a second entry long here, but I'm sitting tight here because we have had a break and a new high, so it may come down. But it also may have two pushes down before it may push up or continue up. It could be a correction. But as I say, a lot of the times it will break and make two pushes up to a new high. Yeah, it's a good time. I can sort of get up. You know, I can take my daughter to school. I can, make a breakfast. I can, fill a dishwasher, do the shopping, stuff like that. So I like that bit of freedom, run the Uber around and do all the housework stuff. Take the dogs out. So I like that bit of time. I can go to the gym. I got plenty of time in the mornings once daughter's at school to do whatever I want, really. Let's have a look what Mr. Wade is doing. Yeah, so we got mixed feelings here. He's got it as one long chart. Thomas Wade's got it similar to mine, but a small break. That was before where we had a small break there. So on Dan's got it as a spike and channel. Where's Dan's? Yeah, there's Dan's there, spike and channel. With a break and a new high. So multiple kind of ideas. See, I actually don't mind that. In fact, I even think that looks okay. And the reason being is it touches there, it touches there, it touches there, and there. And it works perfectly along the midline. So it's hard to say, but we could be trapping longs here. I mean, we're finding some supporters, so this thing could come tumbling down. So Thomas Wade's got it like that with a small break. Dan's got it like that with a small break. So I'm going to leave it like that and assume we've had a small break. So I'm just being careful what I do around here at the moment, just to see whether this thing, because what I'd have preferred is 2 legs back or a correction and then continuation on. Just looking left to see if there's anything that we may be bouncing off. Doesn't really look like it. This thing, my gut's telling me this is going to drop a little bit here. But we are finding some support there. It's hard to say. Okay, so break, 2 pushes to a new high. So there we go. Market's played out. Yeah, you take it easy, Jay. So, this to me looks like it's continuing up. So I'm going to put that there. In all fairness, it fits nice to me. I got no issues with it. Fits beautifully, I think. 2 legs back and up again. Trouble is, if you got that as a break straight away when you made a new high, really, I would avoid that just in case, because it could start to move down then if it's played out. So I think that's okay as one channel up, to be honest with you. Clearly works as a 2-tiered channel. It's working nice there. We've come off that there and that first swing. Whoa. It's doing that thing again. So if it is a break, 2 pushes up to a new high. Let's see what happens. I should have probably left that as it was. But I am aware there could be a break. So I'd certainly avoid a long trade here just at the moment. Unless it gave me perfect 2 legs, trapping some shorts. This thing just wants to keep going up. Mind you, we had to have some kind of a move back at some point. I mean, that daily has just been so... Let's have a look at it. It's been so bearish lately. I mean, look at that thing. It's mental. Look at that. It's got to be over 500 points there. Christ, yeah, look, 630 points, more or less straight down. That's unbelievable. We haven't had a move back like that for, well, for a long time. Certainly the early part of last year. How many accounts have you got now? Got 18 at the moment, bud. That's a massive move down, that is. We've got to have some kind of pullback, haven't we? Or a move up or something. So I got 9 of my accounts are over the $2,500. I got 1 at 3, 1 at 3.5, 2 at 3.5, 1 at 3. So they're all growing nicely. So I should be looking for a nice payment at the end of the month. I'm not too fussed how much. I'm guessing it's going to be around maybe somewhere around the 4,000 to 6,000, something like that. I don't know, but it's more about consistency at the moment. I'm not thinking too much about the money. Obviously, some of them are a lot lower, but once they're all up to around about that 2.5, even if you can get 500 per month off 10 accounts, that's $500. If I got 18, there's $10,000 a month there, and that's only $500. So you don't need a huge amount, do you, to get a nice consistent payment. So if there's a break, 2 pushes to a new high, we came back, pushed up higher, stop that out. So for me, this thing's going up again. So I don't think there's any sign in this thing coming to a halt just yet. So maybe do you have any other jobs right now? No, just trading, bud. You could call me a house husband. I do a spot of hoovering once in a while, a little bit of dusting. I float the dishwasher. I'm a at-home chef, so I got all those extra responsibilities as well. But no, since about early part of last summer. Okay, I'm not sure about this. It is by the count, but that's 19 ticks. There's a possibility it could be a channel. I mean, that did break higher, so technically you got a lower high there. There's something about this I don't like. Doesn't look any better on my other chart either, so I'll probably stay out of a trade here now. Just not a fan of this. No entry anyway, really. We could get a leg and a leg. We may get a break here. No, maybe not. It looks relatively strong, so perhaps it's just come to this area and buyers have stepped in. Excuse me just for a second. House nanny, absolutely. Absolutely. I was even thinking about buying myself one of those like pennies. Finally Dan's brought in a bigger chart. I thought he may do at some point. He's done it from there. I don't think it matters whether you go from there, there or there. It's the same kind of thing. So does look like it's pushing up. So he's got it from there. But if I go like that, it's the same place. So, you know what I mean? So I don't think it really matters. I just think he's avoiding it, doing it the same as me, because I think he knows secretly I'm right. But yeah, it's the same thing, isn't it? But it fits so nice in the top there. I can't see how you haven't got to pay attention. There's always that possibility. But when we push up twice, we come back, we go up again, we come back, we go up again. So that's fine, I think. You just can't take that, really. I mean, it is more or less off the entry point, but there's no signal. It just goes. So is this is the biggest move, mind you? We had kind of down and down and down, but then we had that push up, followed by a drop late afternoon, and then as soon as the market opened, it kind of rallied, didn't it? News shot it up, and then we turned and came down. So it's more or less what it's been doing. I wouldn't really call that a big move, really. We've been kind of doing that anyway, but we're still stuck in this little bit of sideways just at the moment. Laufey, how you doing, my friend? What is my daily profit goal? I always try and avoid one, to be honest with you. I'll show you, buddy. I always try and avoid one because you can only kind of give what the market gives you. That one there, bud. We had that move down. We had two pushes up, channel break, one attempt, two attempts. So that one, there was a second entry long, which I like, triggered, came down bearish. So that one there. But on my second chart, it didn't look as good on my main chart. So there you go. I tend to not have a target. The trouble is, if you have a target, it might encourage you to try and hit your target, and that I find sometimes can make you squeeze a trade and take something that you probably shouldn't. So I generally avoid it. If I can do one trade a day, I'm pleased. So you know, there's an area where I'd like to be, but I generally don't have it as a target, because you can, as you say, if you don't get a setup, you know, it's not like as a salesman you can go out and you know, and sort of work a bit harder and look a bit smarter, maybe put some extra hours in and stuff. You can only really give you what the market offers you. So I generally try and avoid that. But if I get one trade, I rarely take another one. I'm comfortable on one trade. So, we had something similar to this here. We had down, push up, pull back, enough, down, push up, and we broke higher. So, it's only really a first entry, this. So, I'm sitting tight. At some point, we may have a break, and this may be it. See, I normally say we didn't get up that high, and a lot of times that'll lead to a break, but we didn't here, and it continued up. We didn't get high here, and it continued up. So it's just something about this. It's not screaming at me to jump into a trade, so I'm not taking anything at the moment. I'm just going to sit and watch. For me to take another trade now, it would have to be absolute beauty. And this is not it. My gut tells me we're going to have a break here. Oh, well, okay, look. Leg and a leg back. We're up here, and then we kind of just get up to that midline, which often leads to a break. Now, it might be just two legs back, but I'm not going to... I'm not going to jump in here. In fact, do you know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. No, let's leave it. I'll tell you what. Where's my 3 newest accounts there? So I'm going to shut off all my bigger accounts because they're nice and I want to protect those. So if I do take another trade, it'll only be on my 3 newer accounts. So 55, 54, 53, 54, 55. So 53, 53, 53. I don't want to risk the profit I've made. Let me just check
Order
their
submitted.
opening. There should be 3 of them. Yeah, brilliant.
Order
Just
canceled.
in case we get something. I wouldn't have taken that anyway. So yeah, I'm happy with all my others. I did look at the lower high. It was at 1453. $1453.31. Lower high. You're about on my time frame, 1453. It's around about here, isn't it? Lower high. At the time at the moment, it's just coming up 4:30 in the afternoon. US went forward an hour, so that might be why. So 1, 2. Let's see if we can find a triple test here, maybe. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, where are you, bud? Aren't you Middle East somewhere? I'm sure you're Middle East somewhere. So North. I was just going to say North Africa, actually. Okay, so right. Okay, so you're more or less south, aren't you? Are you maybe an hour ahead? Something like that. You're not much ahead, are you? Because if I talk about North Africa, yeah, I suppose it is over a little, isn't it? So you're probably an hour ahead. You're 1 hour ahead. Okay, so 1453, so it'd be 1553, won't it? Did you say 1433? No, you didn't, did you? 14, so it'd have been 1553. So around about here somewhere, aren't you? Lower high. Still wrong, aren't I? Oh no, you're an hour ahead. I'm on about. So I think it'll be 1353. My mistake. Is that right? No, something's not right. I'm thinking. So you've got it at 1453, so it'll be 1353. Okay, you're talking about here somewhere, aren't you? You're on about something like that? $13. I'm still too high, aren't I? Ah, okay. 53. Ah, okay. So you're talking somewhere around here, aren't you? Somewhere about there. I haven't got a lower high on my chart. Double bar entry. Ah, you're talking about that one there, are you? That one there. Yeah, I don't know much about those double bar entries. That, to me, I see that as an inside bar, so I generally avoid them. But we have come off these highs and we have pulled back. But a lower high, I generally like to tick above a bullish bar like that and then push down. Having said that, I do talk about a strategy that I've got, which is a double width channel. And whenever we come down and get a bullish bar in a downtrend that closes close to its high, if you just short there, 8 tick profit, 8 tick stop, it works. And it did exactly the same as another one there. Both of those worked. So yeah, so something I'm paying attention to a little bit. Yeah, it's just nothing here to take, really, is it? It's just too congested. It does trigger. Okay, I got you. Yeah, the different charts do make a difference, I've got to say. Let's have a look at it on here. Was it any better on here? See, minimum around about here somewhere. 1353, so we're around about here. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't look any better on there, does it really, I suppose? Yeah, I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying. North Africa, so you're a little bit warmer than us at the moment. We've had quite mild weather, but it's been really cold today. I think we had about -1 overnight, but so on my other chart, I've got this fitting, not as a break. Let's just keep that tight. Yeah, I don't think that's a break. It's like raining all the time. Oh, is it really? I've not been to Africa. Well, tell a lie, I have actually. I spent 3 weeks in Kenya once. And Egypt. You forget Egypt's in Africa, don't you? So we got wick touches here. I think that's okay. We've got a wick touch there. Touch. Got to say, hottest place I've ever been was Kenya. Holiday wise, the only time I've ever spent the whole 3 weeks with the air conditioning on 24 hours a day. And I've never felt the sea that warm in my life. It was literally like a warm bath. Cool. Yeah, I think it was, isn't it it was the Indian Ocean, Kenya was. Yeah, that was super hot, that was. So 2 legs back and a push off. Unfortunately, nothing really obvious there. That bar was just, although it was bullish, I just couldn't take that really. I want something. I was hoping we get 2 legs and maybe drop a little bit. And then more of a bullish pin bar or something there to take us up. I may have had a go at that, but that to me is just working like one big channel. I mean, look how nice it's fitting. So I'm going to do that and see if that might give us somewhere where we may end up. Funnily enough, right there, right at the top there, I've got that measured leg. Turkey I've been to a couple of times. I love Turkey. Food in there is beautiful. Especially if you like your paragliding. They're crazy for it over there. little bit. I used to follow football. I'm more cricket now. I am. But I used to follow. I used to support Leeds United. But I just saw too much trouble at the games, and it kind of put me off, really. So yeah, not as much as I used to be, but I'm more of a cricket man. I am now. And not like that, football's too stressful for me. At least when you're losing cricket, it happens slowly, so you kind of get used to it. But I do watch it, I watch England games and that sort of thing occasionally, for cup finals on, I'll usually watch that. So Africa, you're not really a cricket nation there. I'll tell a lie, South Africa are a massive cricket nation, actually. In fact, I'd love to go to South Africa. And this is, when I see South Africa, this is what I see. This is what I got on my Facebook page. I think it's still there. Let's have a look. Yeah. There we go. Table Mountain, South Africa. I mean, look at that. Imagine watching a cricket game with a beer in your hand and the sun blazing with that view of Table Mountain. How nice would that be? Newlands Stadium, that is. Great game, cricket to watch. Okay, so I'm going to put that back because there may be a small break there. Okay, that would make sense. I think there's a small break there. Two pushes to a new high. Touch, 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 touch. So I'm going to suggest that is a small break. Did seem to be losing momentum, so So Thomas Wade has still got that as a channel without a break. I'm not so sure. If you keep it tight to those three, that one and that one and that one, it looks like a break. A new high, so you're going to sit out of this at the moment. I think the safer option is to assume it's a break. So, what is going on? We push right up to the 61.8 fib retracement level and reverse. Whether that makes a difference or not, I don't know, but it's certainly worth paying attention to it. Right up to it, boom, and then dropped. Whether it makes a difference or not, or whether I'm just using that. You would take a reversal. Certainly looks like it. You may not get in, to be honest with you. The thing is off and running. It's come down about 25 points already. Market is moving. It moves quick at the moment, doesn't it? What's it down? 25 points, 25. Took the break out of the top, nailed it. Good on you, mate. But you wish you'd have held, mind you. It's all right thinking, oh, I've only held, but you never ever know what it's going to. Well, you certainly don't know it's going to do that, or whether it's something we could come back in 5 minutes and it could be down here. I often think sometimes, hold on to a trade. But there are instances when it is worth holding on to trades. If you get a leg up like that, and then you get, if it's a strong up day and you get a kind of a nice like that, followed by a good strong signal bar, and then maybe a higher low, trades like that are worth holding on to, because if you get a leg up, the potential is to get a lot higher. Has he taken a trade yet? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. He's marked trades, but he's changed that now. He didn't have that as a break. See, now he's had it as a break. So I can't see that he's taken one. It's not the easiest of days today, to be honest with you. I can't see one. We'd have to shoot back, wouldn't we? So nothing there. No. That was that quick move. See, if you look at that, that looks like an absolute belter of a setup, but it was when that market shot up quickly and everyone started panicking. What's going on? So, no, I can't see nothing that he's taken at the moment, which is unusual for him. Mind you, he trades a full day, to be honest with you. I think he does. What does he trade? I think he does about 6 or 7 hours, maybe 7 hours. So it's still plenty of time yet for him. How late does he? Where does he start? Let me have a look. So last night, I'm looking at gone 7 o'clock. That's UK time. 7:30. That was this morning, my mistake. Oh, yesterday. So yeah, the last I can see, 7:30. That's UK time, and I'd have started trading at 1:30. So he does 8 hours, definitely. That's quite a bit of commitment. That after 3 hours, I'm usually knackered. I get a license set up after 6 hours of waiting is so tough. Yeah, he's been doing it quite a while, Thomas Wade. I think he's been trading the best part of 8 to 10 years. So I think he's been through all that sort of stuff. I started watching Thomas Wade because he used to post some of his losses, and I like that. Trouble is, if you look at a lot of the Facebook groups where you see the charts, they never seem to post losses. And I think if they do, it kind of humanizes people, because it's really easy to think, why is everyone else not taking losses and I am? People generally avoid posting losses. I don't know why. Do they think it kind of shows weakness or something? I think it shows good strength and character if people post losses, because it's good to realise. I don't think I've ever seen Dan show a loss. I don't know. Perhaps people are that sort of driven and focused they don't even entertain the fact. But I don't know. You very rarely see people posting losses. But there you go. So we got a channel down, a little bit of sideways and a push-up. Sounds like Mac. That's why I expect Thomas Wait. Yeah, that's why I first started watching him, because I found it refreshing. Because when I started learning, all I was looking at is the Facebook group, and you rarely see people posting losses. And then when I watched him, I thought, finally, someone who takes losses and not just me. Yeah, he's all right, Thomas Wade. In fact, I'm surprised how different his and Dan's charts are, actually. And they both seem to do well. Seen for years. Crop was taking all. No, he doesn't. I spoke to him about that before. I went, you honestly take that many trades a day? He said, no, he doesn't. He messaged me a week or so ago. He'd marked about 4, but he told me he'd just taken 1. But no. That's the thing is with Mac's charts, he posts maybe, I don't know, 12 to 15 trades. Now, after the fact, it is easier. Now, if there was really that many trades available in real time, he would be taking them. And I remember looking at Max, getting so frustrated, thinking, why am I not seeing a dozen trades a day? I must be stupid. So it's not a bad comment from Mac. I think the guy's an absolute diamond. It's just the way he does it, and he's so sort of experienced and all that. He probably doesn't even realise. People can kind of get the wrong idea, or perhaps he's showing, look, that's how many. But if there really was that many setups in real time, it would be daft not to take them. So. 100% win rate. People said it's absolute. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because it does make you feel inadequate. I certainly did. So frustrating watching recaps of all that every trade. I want to see how come from the like, absolutely. Trading live. Anybody can pick up this chart from yesterday and go, there was a set. Now I can see that perfect setup, but at the time we're going a bit sideways. So would you take it? But when you realise it fitted all the way down, it's easy to spot these trades. Same again, channel break, new high, bearish bar. How do you know it's not going to trigger you and come up to the top? So it's easy to mark that as a trade because you know it worked. Same. Now, I actually really like that, but at the time, market flew up for some reason. There was a bit of news come out from Canada, which seemed to, I can't see where it hit enough stops there to push up that. And that bar was 9 points, so it's a bit out of the question. Same again there, you could say 2 legs up, but how do you know it's not going to trigger you and come up for a second leg? So in real terms, when you don't know what happens after that bar, there's still a lot of certainty. So I'm thinking we're clearly ranging here, so we bounce off the what we push up, we pull back, we go up to the top. Yeah. So when you kind of go sideways, and see that, I'm thinking, oh, do I take it or not? Is it going to push up to the, I know I'm pointing, is it going to push up to, I'm expecting this lightly, so it may trap some shorts, then all of a sudden, down we come. But in real time, I'm looking at a range here, so I'm automatically thinking, I can't take a shorty in case we have a leg up, pull back, trap some shorts, and push up again to this area. So I can't take that, because at the time, there's no real indication of a channel. But when you come back and it touches multiple times, then you can spot those. But in real time, you can't. So, it can. I mean, I know how Mac works now, but when I was a lot newer at this business, I was frustrated that why am I not seeing all these trades in a day? This week, Mac marked, he said, was the 4th entry he'll mark trades. Yeah. Another reason why Mac doesn't show you his trades that I believe is because, you know, when you sit in front of these charts long enough, it might not be a setup to the count, but he'll know this is a good entry and he'll take it. And if he shows you, he'll get 1,000,001 emails saying, why did you take that? It wasn't a second entry, it was a third entry or fourth. You know, but I tend to now, if I see 2 legs back, I'm not bothered that it's a second entry by the count. I'm more, because a second entry really is 2 attempts to do something. So for instance here, we clearly had 2 attempts to come back, 1, 2, which pushed up. Signal bar wasn't good, but by the count, it wasn't a second entry, but it's 2 kind of legs back. So although it's not by the count, it's still kind of giving you the same signals. Now I get it, and most of you get it, but guys who might have been doing this for a few months are going to say it's not a second entry by the count. So, you know, it's not always that straightforward. And that's why I think he doesn't show you his trades, because he'll just get his email box filled up full of people going, that wasn't a second entry. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's about legs. It's about attempts to do something. It doesn't matter. As I say now, I'm more interested in the picture. I don't care so much whether it counts. I'm looking for 2 clear attempts. That one I left because my concern was it was going to trigger and come down for 2 full legs. Because I kind of saw this area as well. So I'm thinking there's a bit of support there. We got a leg down. It may tick above and then come down. And not only that, we'd already had a break of this channel, which seemed to be that channel. So, you know, after a while, you get caught out with these and you filter them out. Because I'm not after taking a ton of trades in a week, so I'm happy to leave those alone. Because of the break and the new high, you don't know whether that one would fail, which why I think you're better off waiting for the high low. Unfortunately, we didn't get one. This week we had a break, 2 clear measured moves down below the low. Mark shorts at after a while, you get to understand, once you sit in front of these charts. Now, I've been trading Pats for a couple of months shy of 4 years now. Is that right? 4 years, yeah. May, June time, it'll be 4 years. And when you do sit in, you start to understand how prices generally work. And I wait for what looks like a good setup to me. And a lot of the times now, I happen to be paying more attention to, am I trapping traders in the opposite direction? So, got this leg down, 2 attempts to push up. Now, we've got a channel with a break. That's a second entry long. Now, I wouldn't take a long there. And as soon as I see that bearish bar, I didn't take that trade straight away because it's at the, but I'm thinking, how would I feel if I got into that trade? I wouldn't take that trade because we've had a break and already made a new high buy tick. So I'd leave that, and then when I see that appear, I kind of sat and waited. Then I see it push below, and it was struggling to get up, so I took a limit order thinking we're going to make a second leg down. Once it gets below there, that's where the move's going to be made, and you can see as soon as it broke below there, we had a push down of about 7 points. So if you're in a trade there or there, there's your profit there. So it's just as important in a lot of cases to find out, is there traders trapped in the opposite? Because if there is, there'll be more than one of them. And as it hits their stop, that generally can give you a little bit of momentum. And as it starts pushing down, you'll naturally get traders jumping in. But we got this move down, 1, 2 attempts to push up, and it's clearly failing. You can see it there. We tried once, twice, 3 times. And the 4th time, trapping longs was the one that was likely going to... The reason I stayed out of it is because it closed at that EMA. So I just wanted to just give it a little bit of time, and I got in. There are no trap traders again and again. The concept has been valid in the old times. There are no trap traders. My point is, if you take a second entry long, that's where my stop's going to be. Yeah? So as it breaks below there, it's going to eat stops, isn't it? You see what I mean? There are no again and again. The concept has been valid in the old times. I agree. I don't agree with Mac on the smart traders took this trade. The market is moving. And not only that, there's so many different other time frames that would make these look different. But all I say with that is it's a failure, isn't it? It's a second entry long which fails. It's not traders sitting PC move the markets all over. Yeah. But anyway, it's how I kind of been trading, and it kind of makes sense. So PCs that move the markets. Yeah, but perhaps algos are designed to pick up weak positional traders in the opposite direction. I don't know. That's how I see it and how I sort of understand it. I don't know. The thing is that there are, I think, did somebody say retail traders make up 30% of markets, something like that? I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I mean, Mac's been doing things a certain way, but see, isn't it weird though? If you get into a trade in the wrong direction, often it'll tick you and come straight down and stop you out. Why does it do that? Surely algorithms are designed or programmed to find cheap liquidity. And for me, thinking price is coming down here, that's cheap liquidity, because once it breaks below there, see how it just moves down so quick? As soon as it hits that area there, we get a straight move down, 6.5 points. Straight down. So you're going to have liquidity there, aren't you? Yes, trade depends on how strict the S&P. Do you think that a sell-off Apple shares in the stock market? Yeah. That's the thing about being a retail trader. We don't really fully understand the nuts and bolts of the machine, do we? We kind of just have to sort of see how we learn and excuse me, and just try and make sense of it. But if you sit and watch prices, it kind of makes sense where it does pick off areas. You know what I mean? So it's not an exact science. So yeah, I don't fully understand the nuts and bolts of it. It's just how I kind of, perceive it. But yeah. How long have I been trading for? Let's have a look. 3.5, that's quite a long time for me, 3.5 hours. But you guys have come forward an hour. I don't worry about the why, as long as you have an edge, yeah. Still, it makes sense, yeah. Yeah, exactly. See, when I talk through all this, I'm not necessarily talking for your benefits. This is how my mind works. I've got an odd brain. I'm a little ADHD, so I generally think out aloud. I quite often talk to myself at times. Hey, Tony, how you doing, buddy? I quite often talk to myself. It's my way of thinking out aloud, really, how I kind of process. So as I'm talking and thinking, I'm just talking about what I'm seeing and how I can kind of make out what's going on. And I'm relatively accurate, I think. But it helps me understand it a bit more by talking out aloud. You may sit there thinking, you shouldn't be talking to us, you should be concentrating on this. I'm exactly concentrating. I'm seeing exactly what's going on here. Second entry long may trigger and come down. So I can do talk to you, talk and concentrate at the same time. You'll see me talk. My eyes are fully focused on what's going on here, and I can kind of do it that way, and it's just how my strange brain works. Says a lot of nonsense, but yeah, I mean, Mac's been doing it that way for donkey's years. He's not going to change, is he? It's just kind of how he sees it and how he understands it. It's probably just put in the only kind of answer to how you're feeling that you can kind of make out. Do you know what I mean? If that actually makes any sense whatsoever. So, channel up. Is this 2 attempts to go low with a push up? I have a feeling it may be. See, there's going to be liquidity there, isn't there? If traders are trading that for a second leg up, there's going to be stops there which is sat there at liquidity. So often as this thing does come down, it does pick off areas and relatively quickly. So is there a break there? There may be. Based on the S&P, yeah. I don't fully understand the whys and the hows. Trouble is, when you've been listening to Mac and learning from him, you know, if somebody at school teaches you to call a pair, you kind of do it, don't you? Next videos is the intro, where he evaluates the market and tells what he expects. Yeah, there are bits I get value for. There are bits I get value for watching him. You know, he's given me a way to learn a skill. So, you know, I'll always be grateful for that. Well, another thing I like about Mac as well is he's a trader who makes money from trading. And so many of these gurus, a lot of them get found out in the end that make out they make money and use, you know, false accounts to sell you something. Mac generally doesn't. He's been charging $125 per year for the last 4 years that I know of. He puts a lot of time and effort into the videos, and what does he sell, really? Not a lot. He doesn't ram it down your throat. You know, he's not like a lot of people. You know, don't shut us off, listen to what I got to say, watch the end of the video and all this type of stuff. So he goes on about trap traders because always thinks he's right, which is why he doesn't do a bar-by-bar review. Why he says he goes for 4 ticks so he can be not right and wrong. I don't know. It's just the way he sees it. When you say trap traders, though, if I've taken a trade in the wrong direction, I'll consider myself as a trap trader because I'm in a trade that's going against me and there's kind of not a lot I can do about it. So that's how I kind of understand. It kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, I will agree with you there. Absolutely. Absolutely. But you're talking about the trap traders. So, for instance, if we'd have had a break and a new high and I take a long ear, sometimes it'll trigger above me and I've been trapped in the wrong direction. So that's kind of what I see myself as a trap trader. If the market's up, if the market's going up, and people are taking shorts, they're trapped to the downside. Do you know what I mean? Trade goes against you. Yeah. So if we're moving up here and we've had a couple of attempts, there's traders probably going short here. I consider them as trapped because I believe the market's going to go up. So if it pushes up, they're in a trade and it's going against them. So I consider them as trap traders. So if it does push up and hits their stops, as it picks off their liquidity, a lot of the times it'll get some kind of momentum. So that's how I see it. No such thing as a trap trader. You can always close it. Yeah. It depends how you look at it. If I took a long gear and we were in a downtrend, I would consider myself as a trap trader. I'm trapped in a position that's going against me. Now, it's just how you perceive it. It's just how I perceive it. If I'm caught in the wrong direction, really, whether it's technically correct or not, that's how I kind of see it. That I've been caught in the wrong direction. I've read the market because so many times when I was a newer trader, I go long, it would trigger me, come down and stop me out. So I would consider myself trapped in a trade that's going against me. It's just how you say it. You know what I mean? It's just how you kind of, that's how I describe it. I only describe it that way because I've obviously watched Mac talk about it and other traders that trade the same while for such a long time now. So, what is going on here? Thomas Wade, Penguin, and me. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. Penguin, actually, I think is what's the word? Is borderline genius. I think he's a very clever trader. He is. When you listen to him read that market, he dissects it like a bloody technical jigsaw. He's really good at it. What's an offence? I do think he accidentally gets confused. Yeah. I think Penguin's a clever trader. I do. No one is absolutely. Good context that you would take and lose. Yeah, I'll tell you what I have been watching recently. Tom Hugard, and I see him take 3 losing trades in a row the other day, and it kind of made me feel better because I know he's traded from both sides of the fence. He's traded institutional based, and he's traded as a retail trader. So he's kind of had a view from both sides of the fence. And he was the one that said it was a myth that institutions are looking for your stops and all this sort of stuff. But also explains trades sometimes. You'll pause and skip and tell you something fair to fight. Yeah, I like watching Tom Hugard because I know him as an experienced trader. He's been doing it years, and when he does take 3 losses, it kind of tells me that there you go. It's not just me, because not everyone shows losing trades. It's off from there. He worked on the broker side, but was trading for the desk. Yeah, I just see him as because a lot of more experienced traders you don't really see on YouTube as such, dear, that they tend to just get on with their lives, don't they? And they do the jobs and they go and enjoy their life. But when you get more experienced ones, sometimes because retail traders, a lot of them have never really had any kind of formal trading. You're kind of just picking up bits of secondhand information. So when you do get to listen to experienced traders, it's kind of refreshing a bit. I used to like listening to that David Paul and who was the other guy? In fact, I believe he died a few years ago, David Paul, and the other guy died as well. Just says a lot about the stress that comes with trading. I think both of them were heart attacks, weren't they? David Paul, a British guy, ex Royal Marine, I think. Who's the other guy as well with a book? Everyone's read his book, Trading in the Zone and that. Mark Douglas, yeah, was another one, wasn't he? Mind you, trading's probably changed such a lot. I mean, the one thing I suppose that hasn't changed is the psychological effect it has on traders. But it's definitely a career with a difference, this, isn't it? It's not your normal type of job. It's certainly had an effect on me like nothing else I've ever done before, probably because it costs you so much to learn. So there is a failure here. There's a second entry short which is triggered and pushing up. So I don't think that's a terrible trade. I'm reading One Good Trade, a play by Mike Burnett, interestingly. I'll have a look at that. I listen to Audible quite a lot. Let me just take a photo of that. Have a look at that. I use Audible. I do sometimes when I get in bed at night. That's tempting. There is a failure there, but it's kind of in the middle here, and I'm not sure whether this is coming down or pushing up. I don't think it's a terrible trade, but it's a little bit sideways here. It might be push up, sideways, push up. 17 ticks. We're going into this midline. I don't think it's a terrible trade. But it's a little bit congested. And when we got that higher low, it didn't push up like I thought it may do. So I'm sitting tight here. Okay, a little spike above there. So there was a second entry short which did trigger, pushed up, and a little spike. So it would have worked that for 3 ticks, 3 points. One good trade. It's got good reviews. Take a photo of that. I'll have a download on Audible. Yeah, I can get it for free. It is available on Audible. Inside the highly competitive worlds of proprietary trading. Thanks, Tony. The playbook. There's another one. Is that available on Audible? Kindle edition, so it might be. So look at that. I have read dozens of books, but not for a while. I did the first couple of years. I got a box full of them. Thanks for that, Tony. He's the CEO of S&P Capital. Interesting. We'll have a look at that. So that one did work. The bit I'm concerned with is it's going into that midline. So whether we get a small break here, I don't know. But I'm only trading 3 of my accounts now, the smallest ones. The other ones I'm leaving. But even so, it's just a little bit stacked. And my concern is we had a break. We've already made an attempt to go up. So penguin pattern. So penguin pattern would be 2 legs up. Have you noticed he's trading a bit differently lately? He would wait for that push up above the midline, wouldn't he? Sorry, the EMA, and then drop an order in there, stop down here and out before the tops. I've noticed now he'll take a trade right down here and put his stop here. It's something he's traded different. He's not doing his normal videos, is he? He's got a website now. So I've not been able to watch him as much, but anyone on the forum really liked a lot of what Vlad posted in the past. He's basically said to ignore all of Mac's convoluted trades. I think that helped me. Friends, many other, and he says that on Mac's forum, does he? Yeah, someone else took that. I don't think it was a terrible trade. There's probably definitely going to be some shorts there. Just unsure about what's going to go on here. I don't think it was a bad place to go long, but the thing is, if I was going to take a long here, he'd have his. So I kind of see him as having that. We've had a small break, maybe 2 clear attempts to push, and then a move up. Trouble is, he used to trade like this, didn't he? So he'd probably see that, and he'd probably get in around here with his stop there. Trouble is, it's 41 ticks at the moment. That's 10 points. But yeah, I do watch a lot of his trades. It's why I'll take a trade if it's 2 legs back, because he goes with legs, doesn't he? I'm not interested so much in, is it a second entry by the count? I'm looking for 2 clear attempt, which is a second entry, isn't it? 2 attempts. 2 attempts to do something. But yeah, see, 2 legs back in, another leg up. That may interest me. Let's see if it comes down to that area. But also, he has this one, doesn't he, where he has a break, 2 attempts to push higher before it fails. So it could fail in this direction. So we'll see. I've got him on the forum here, but I don't think he uses it anymore. I don't know anybody uses it. Oh yeah, somebody has. But I used to, I did sign up for a while. When was this? That was a while back. So they're not as active as they used to be. But I just like the way he explains a chart. It explains it really well. See, I'm looking for 2 legs here, a leg and then a second leg up, if it does make it up. So I'm on the fence as to whether we've had a break here. It doesn't fit terrible, having not had a break, so I'm on the fence there. The thing is, we've pulled back, haven't got up that as high as that, and there as well. We are struggling to push up a little bit, but perhaps we just need more buyers, so maybe a couple of legs back may encourage some more traders to get in here. Can't take that one, unfortunately. It is only a first entry, but a second leg back. God, some of these bars are huge. Excuse me, are huge today. That's about 8 points, and it's 7 points. It's not finished yet. Okay, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here. Want me a second? What have we been going for? Nearly 4 hours. Long day for me, that. So, 2 attempts to push higher. I can see that pushing up there at the top. So, leg up, maybe a correction. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting a second leg up here. Interesting to look later. You have to admit that we're in a bear market territory, therefore volatility is up, the market is nervous. Certainly is. You're not wrong. So I wonder if we end up getting a second leg up there. Wouldn't be surprised. In fact, that would take us just above those, the overnight highs after that quick spike due to the news. So 2 legs back. Do you trade it? No, I don't, but I've tried it a few times. Scares me. Moves quick. A bit, I don't know, I'm not used to it. I've been trading the S&P now for knocking on 4 years. So it moves really quick. I don't know. And I've tried trading the two. It doesn't work. Not for me personally. If I was swing trading, it may do because you've got a bit more time. But what I've found is if I trade the NQ, I'm either focusing on the one or the other. So I just as well just focus on the one. So I've also used it as a bit of an anchor chart just to help me make better decisions, because obviously they generally work in tandem. Sometimes if you look at them, obviously they're almost identical. Other times they're quite a bit different. So, you know, if I was looking for a long trade or something, then I'd have a look at a quick glance at that. And if it was giving me the same sort of signals. So the Dow fell to a new low. Yeah, I've never even looked at the Dow chart, to be fair. I've traded the CL chart oil just a little bit for a few months. The 1200 tick chart going for 10 points or something like that, whatever it is. But because trading price action and it's quite a fast moving chart, for me personally, I'm better off focusing on one at a time. So I mean, you could always, if this was a little bit volatile, or ATR was a bit high or didn't suit you, you know, I could always swap on to the CL. I don't know if that's any quieter. I haven't even looked at it for a while. I used to trade, I think it was the 1200 tick chart of the CL. It's not even loading for some reason. Strange. Not even loading. Odd. It's now August 2024 price level. Yeah, I mean, we haven't been down this low for a while, have we, on the S&P? It's got to be, it's probably close to that, isn't it? Let's have a look. When was the last time we were down this low? I took a short on the Dow today, went 405 points. I can't work out how much that is in my head because I don't know how it works in relation to this. That's working. Yeah, this is the lowest we've been since, well, here really, since September, early September, middle of September maybe. So it's been a while. It's been the biggest drop we've had for a long while. I mean, that was fairly substantial. I don't know why that was. But that almost, I mean, that's so negative, isn't it? It seems ever since sort of Trump stepped into office, really, it's just been negative, negative, negative. Crypto's been dumping as well. It's recovered a little bit. I got rid of all mine. I don't know. I just didn't like what was going on. Bitcoin's at 82 and 3/4 at the moment. can't believe Ethereum is $150 under 2,000. Ethereum's had an awful season. So over the last year, Ethereum's down over 50%. Last 90 days, over 50%. Last 30 days, over 30%. Last 7 days, 50%. Ethereum's done terrible. Solana, we know, has done well, although that's halved. That's down 50%. ADA's done well. XRP phenomenally well. Over the last year, XRP's up 230%. Donald stomped into office, yeah. He must have an end game, surely. He's alienating the rest of the world at the moment. He's alienating Canada, China. He's even imposed tariffs. So I believe he's stopped them on. He's even imposed tariff on UK steel. Canada, Mexico, China. I don't know. He must have an end game. You know, is he? I don't know what is the end game. There's got to be some reason. The trouble is, at what point do Canada? I don't know. I mean, if Canada stopped oil, stopped lumber, stuff like that, and started, you know, doing more business with the Far East, could that, you know, could that possibly really affect the US? Yeah, I don't know enough about it all, really, to be honest with you. But he's obviously a businessman, isn't he? Not necessarily a politician, so I don't know. I mean, he's got people around him and advisors. Whether they speak up or not, I don't know, but I'm guessing they do. There must be an end game. Canada is a big trading part. It is a trading part for the US, isn't it? But they could do more business with the Far East, couldn't they? Certainly China. So, you know, you've got to be careful who you piss off. And at one point, they're going to say, stuff it. You want to keep tariffs? We'll look elsewhere. I don't know how it all works, to be honest with you. Unless you know a lot about business and politics, you kind of hear what you hear in the press, but, you know, exactly what the whys and I don't fully understand it already. So, channel up, 2 attempts to push higher. For me, I think there's a good chance we get up for a possible second leg. It's 2 clear attempts to push down. I'd expect a bit of a pullback here, and then maybe it's about as clear as a correction as you can get, really. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us broken overnight highs by the end of the day. I mean, that's a fair old move, that. So we're up just shy of 80 points at the moment. So you've got our old banker, the Carney, haven't you? He was our old governor of the Bank of England. Mark Carney. You've got him as well. Canada has, sorry. Big trend line up, trend channel. You think for this or just this? It's too early to have a bigger. I think you might just be on about that, and you. It could be really. It's hard to say. Trouble is, sometimes I don't know how these bigger channel help you, because really what we want to be doing is waiting for it to come down to the key entry point with the bottom of the channel. If you're waiting for this to come down to the bottom of the channel, you could be here for a month. So you know, I think we got a good chance after this correction. This is going to continue on up. So I think the easiest bet, I think you probably meant there, didn't you? I didn't have that initially. I'll just move that. So that looks like a bigger channel to me. So I'd expect a break here, maybe to test this line. Maybe the whole thing. It's a bit early, I think. Sometimes doing bigger channels too quick has got me into a bit of trouble. But this certainly, I think. But now we're above this, I'd like to see a little bit of a pullback here. So a couple of legs back, and then, you know, it's hard to say, but yeah, if it's too big, it's kind of irrelevant to you to a degree, isn't it? I mean, obviously here, if you were trading any of these areas, I mean, if you took any bull bar off here, it worked. But that's a nice type of size channel to follow that. Unfortunately, they're just... See, it's very easy to mark that as a trade, as a second entry long, and it is. But Dan had that trade with a break and a push up and a new high. So there's always a possibility it could trigger that and come down. I didn't get involved in that because if this thing's going to push high, I like it to have two pushes up. But I wanted to sit... If you look at the markets enough, you get used to knowing what likely happens. So I was looking for that. Now, if you'd have had two legs down in a bullish bar, may have taken it or wait for the higher low to continue on up. But that one, for me personally, in real time was a bit premature because we got a leg down. It could trigger it, come down for a second leg and test this area here. So I left it. But now, you know, markets moved on and we can see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if Mac marks that, but in real time, I don't see how you can. Which is another reason why I think he marks so many. He marks them based on what the channel looks like at the end of the day, not based on what it looked like at the time, because at the time it looked like a spike and channel with a break and a new high. So you've got to be a bit cautious there. That's my understanding of it anyway. So here's that pullback I was expecting. So let's see what we get here. I also believe he marks a lot of trades on, but what he's drawn like absolutely. The trouble is when you start the day, you don't know what's going to happen. You know, we're constantly developing these and changing these charts. And until they change, until they develop and mature, you can't mark a lot of trades because you don't know that price is going to continue up. So, you know, I wish Mac would go, okay, this is how I saw it in real time. That is the trade I would have taken. That is the trade. The rest are based on what I'm seeing the market did for the rest of the day. Because if Mac marks 12 high probability trades a day, you'd have to be a fool not to take them. If they really were that easy to spot, a dozen of them, why would you take 1 to 3? You wouldn't. You know, you take the ones you can, and if Mac takes 1 to 3 trades a day, generally that's probably all there really is available real time. Double trap, but yeah, I always that's kind of like why I watch him, because I kind of like, you know, I want to see, has he marked what I trade, has he got similar trade, and what are some of the trades he's marked, you know, because I kind of know what happened and how we've traded things, so it's more I just want to see what he's got, not because I necessarily get a lot of value anymore. I understand how this, you know, this strategy works now. So it's more I just want to see, you know, how he interprets what I've seen. Okay, so that's just a first entry. I'd prefer a couple of, maybe a higher low here or something. So, but yeah, when you see this, I expected a little pullback, hopefully to the EMA. But the trouble is, if there is going to be a larger channel, I think it's premature at the moment, but if there is going to be a larger channel, we could come back a little bit more. Our low probability, low quality, or don't go very far. Yeah, I don't take a trade every day because in real time it's now. Dan, I think, is a good trader. When I see his trades, they just make sense to me, and at the time sometimes I just don't see him. He does keep his chart very tight, very much like this, and sometimes when you do that it kind of speaks to you a little bit more. So, I mean, you could argue that's a hidden second entry. We come down, we push up, we come down, but I'd still like to just give this a little bit of space because it is only a first entry. It's not super clear, is it? But Dan as well is a trader I watch a lot. You know, when I started trading, I think what you kind of do is you sort of look at people that you think this guy seems to know what he's doing, what he says makes sense. And it was him and Marco that helped me a lot when I first started. So I'd like to see a couple of clear attempts here. And obviously Thomas Wade as well. I like what he's got to say. Taylor, I haven't seen Taylor for a while. Oh, so Taylor took that trade. I'm glad it worked for him. I know Taylor's been finding it a little bit difficult lately. Yeah, nice. He got in here and he stops up here. Good. So Taylor is in a runner for 12 or 13 points. Okay, so where's that second leg down, which is why I left that alone. It may hold. I don't think it's a terrible place. It may hold. But I still wouldn't take it because it's only a first entry. If we get a second leg down, there is lower than there, so we may come down a touch further and then push back up. So So, on my other chart, it doesn't look too bad. It's definitely triggered below a bear bar, but there's something there. I don't like this. It comes below there. Let's see. I'm just going to get an order ready just in case.
Order submitted.
I'm only trading 4 accounts, I think. That doesn't look too bad. Trouble is, it's a bloody big bar. It hasn't triggered anyway. Trouble is, we have broken the highs. There's 2 legs back.
Order cancelled.
Made 4 trades, all green, but only 1 good trade, a very good trade. So the day is green, and I don't want to do more. Yeah, I don't blame you, mate. Can't remember the last time I took 4 trades in a day. Probably when I revenge traded last, I think. Probably. Leg. It is a little bit stacked up here, but it is 2 legs back. but I just don't, something about it I don't like. Now, some may argue we've already had a break, 2 pushes to a new high. Doesn't mean you can't take it.
Order submitted.
It is a second entry long. I don't think it's a terrible trade, but it is a little bit stacked up. And it seems to be struggling to get up a little bit there. Now, I dare say I would expect stops up there, people trying to short that, but then there is a second entry long which may fail. So I'm going to sit tight here because it's a bit stacked up and it's not super clear. If this comes down and stops that out, it's not super clear, so yeah, struggling to get up.
Order cancelled.
How's he doing today anyway? He's been struggling lately, hasn't he? Ever since Apex stopped him doing that, what did he used to do? The open range. He used to trade it without a stop. Yeah. So I left that. It's a bit stacked up there. I'll be amazed if it doesn't break below there. Yeah. It's just a bit too stacked up there. It just ticked above there and then came, well, more or less straight down. And if you'd have taken that trade, even though it was a second entry long, it's just stacked up, it would have triggered you. Stopped you. So, channel break, new high. So it has played out that. Now, there may end up being something wider. Wouldn't look terrible. If we've had that channel up, we had a correction. I won't be surprised if we get a similar size channel up. So we don't know that yet, but it may work that way. Some wins, some losses on his account. I haven't visited for a long time. I like to watch what other people do. But I know he's been struggling lately, isn't he? Didn't he lose? He went away, didn't he, or something? And he lost about 10 of his accounts. Trouble is, market has been tough lately. Trading has been hard lately. It's very whippy. It's a bit unpredictable. The bars are generally higher, which means the risk's a little bit higher. And I find now you've got to have patience more than ever. I mean, I've taken one trade today, and consider how much price action. We've had a fair amount, and I've just taken one trade. But it's all you need. You really don't need much. I've taken one trade for 150. Now, let's say I take one trade per day over 4 days. That's $600. So that's 12, that's 24. That's $2,500 per month. For, what did we say? There's 16 trades. Let's say I lose a few of them. Let's say that takes me down to 1,700. Let's say I lose a few more and only make $1,000 per account. So if I take 4 trades and lose one of them, 75% win rate. 3 trades, that's 450, and lose on 150, that's $300. That's $1,300 a month. Let's say something else happens and I make $1,000 a month. If you've got 18 accounts, that's potential $18,000. That's over $200,000 a year. That's a massive amount of money for working 3 hours a day. Massive amount. And if you can do that, you can start adding other prop firms. You can start putting some of the money in your own account. So as trader, experienced trader, who traded for over 30 years, who traded in the London stock market during the 80s, worked for various banks all around the world, told me once you start making money, money will follow you. He advised me when I first started trading, forget about the money. Concentrate on learning the charts and concentrate on finding winning trades, and the money will follow you, I guarantee it. And now I'm finally focusing not so much on the money, more on just one setup at a time. I'm starting to get some traction. First entry long, that one there. Yeah. Yeah, if you're taking points, it's a lot easier to get a point, isn't it? Trouble is, I've got to take 3 times the amount of trades to get what I get on a trade. My win rate at the moment is 86.3%. That's my win rate at the moment. What was that break even doing there? And that's for taking 3 points. I don't always take 3 points. Sometimes I take a bit less, but that's good for me. I'm happy with that. That's what it's floating around at the moment. And that's going mostly for 3 points. I'd say 7 out of 10 of my trades are for 3 points. Sometimes I don't know, get a bit stressy and get out. And that doesn't include today, so that'll knock it up a tiny notch. That's another 18 trades in it. Mind you, you may say it doesn't add it up properly, but it does. You may have 18 trades go in, but if I have 18 losses, that'll go in as well, so it still works out the same. So I think I'm done for today, folks, to be fair. We've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's a long day for me. I tend to average around about the 3-hour mark. So one trade today, but I'm happy with that. All good. If anybody didn't see it, you can see it on the other chart. Nice little entry. I liked it. We had that big move down. 2 clear attempts to push up. Clearly struggling and a nice failure. Slow at the start, but then woof, down it came. But I was out for 3 points, so I was probably out down here somewhere. In fact, I got in on a limit order a tiny bit back here. So that worked nice for 3 points. Clearly very penguin style, isn't it? 2 legs up. And then down we go. So there you go. So I'm done for today. So it's not been a bad week so far. 150, 250, 350, 450. I'm up about $500 per account this week. It's a good week for me, that is. So I don't try and count me chickens before they've hatched, but it's been a good start to the week, so I'm pleased. So you're welcome. So I'll leave you guys to it. So best of luck if you count on trading. Failing that, I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you keeping me company. Best of luck to you. Have a great evening. Stay safe. Bye, Karina. Stay safe. We'll catch up tomorrow. Bye for now.